Oh, there are a large number of conferences on these matters, but the decisions taken are not at all implemented. Therefore, we have to be very careful. These climate changes that have occurred are largely due to human activities. They are primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, which produce heat trapping gases. When I mentioned about the greenhouse gases, I meant that because the greenhouse gases, they trap the heat that has been generated inside Earth into some kind of a greenhouse which we have in agriculture. So it is trapped inside, and therefore, when it has got no outlet, the warming takes place. Therefore, we have to be fully aware of the global warming, which is the main part of the climate change. The climate change includes both global warming as well as its impact on Earth's weather patterns. What are these weather patterns? Having very heavy rainfall sometimes and no rain at all some other time. And this kind of unpredictability or non-uniform spreading would lead to disasters. Climate changes for the last 100 years are caused, as I said, by emission of greenhouse gases. And therefore, we have to control their emissions. Fortunately, these days, we do have renewable energy like solar, wind, etc. But as you know, the solar energy, etc., cannot be produced when there is no sun. So in a day, supposing the sun is there for about 10 hours, 11 hours, you may get solar energy. But once the sun sets in your area, wherever you are, Hyderabad or somewhere else, there will be no production of electricity. So it is not possible to live entirely only on solar energy. It will have to be mixed with other kinds of energy. Presently, India has about 70% of its entire electricity generated by burning coal. Or we have to use maybe nuclear power or some other power. And therefore, we have to be extremely cautious about the methods that we are using to generate electricity or to transport ourselves from one place to another. Motor vehicles with internal combustion engines, they do emit a large number of pollutants, especially greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. But this advent of the electrical vehicles, while may reduce the pollution caused by internal combustion engines, petrol engines and diesel engines, but they also have to be charged after the batteries are discharged. And when these electrical vehicles are discharged, you have to go to a source of electricity and charge them once again. And that electricity that is consumed by these batteries for charging will have to be generated once again by using either coal or by some other polluting source. And therefore, the ideal thing is to reduce, if possible, reuse. So we have to be extremely cautious in whatever extra load we are putting on the nature around us, on the environment around us. So this burning of fossil fuels for energy is something that we have to give up. And of course, as I said earlier, agriculture also, along with steel making and cement production and such other heavy industries, and also simultaneously reducing the forest cover, that is the total number of acreage or area which was originally there in forests, whether in India or Brazil or Canada, that is coming down. And therefore, without forests, without green cover, you cannot have oxygen. We require about 21% of oxygen in our environment. Otherwise, we'll die. Our lungs require that kind of oxygen. But if the oxygen is not produced by trees, by plants, then where do you get it from? That is the only way you can get. And therefore, we have to be extremely aware and conscious of the consequences of our actions. As the earth heats up due to these greenhouse gases, etc., there will be a loss of snow cover. Now, what is the advantage of having snow cover, especially in the poles? They will reflect the sunlight. They will reflect whatever radiation comes from sun. Out of the entire electromagnetic radiation that exists and that is emitted by the sun, the visible light is hardly 27%. Rest of it consists of the non-visible but very harmful UV ultraviolet rays or infrared rays, etc. And if they are not filtered, then, or they are not reflected, then the damage to the earth as well as to all human beings and living beings will be more. So we have to be extremely careful. So the point that I am urging all of you is, whenever you do anything, whether it is use of water or electricity or use of a car or motorcycle, be aware clearly that the more water you consume, the more electricity you consume, the more vehicle you use, or the more trips you make unnecessarily, the more will be the pollution, emission of greenhouse gases, global warming, and consequently damage to environment. And when the environment gets damaged, it is we human beings who will have initially lots of health problems, but eventually we will disappear from this earth. No human being can be able to live without oxygen. And therefore, we have to be very conscious and be aware that in another few years, maybe by the time your grandchildren come into this world, the beautiful earth that we currently have would be altered beyond repair. It will totally damage. So I'm very happy that I have been given this opportunity. In a normal session, I would have had some kind of questions and answers, but I'm sure the speakers that will speak after me, Dr. Jayachandra and others, will be able to fill up the gaps, if any, that are existing in my talk. Thank you very much. God bless you all, and hope to see you participate in the forthcoming 23rd April half-yearly seminar conducted by the Pure Earth Foundation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Sir.
Can I leave now? Can I leave now?
So there is some question for you from some Vivekanand.
No, but then that will be unfortunately
just only one. Let us hear.
Okay.
You have still one more time. 1 minute is there.
Okay.
Please allow him, sir.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vivekanand.
He has to unmute, I think. Tallam Vivekanand, you'll have to unmute first.
Pardon?
Yeah. Go ahead. Now you can speak.
Okay, sir. So thank you very much. So you are again a very good message about the power. Okay, the problem what the earth is going to be face in the future years. Okay, sir. Here my question is: so to minimize this global warming, that is mainly air pollution by the uh, vehicles which cross the means which are using more than 15 years. How to restrict the public, government people to stop that one, sir, to minimize the releasing of harmful gases to the environment?
Already the Motor Vehicles Act has been amended. Any vehicle beyond 15 years
Yes, sir.
cannot be allowed to be brought onto the roads. In fact, I think commercial vehicles, it is even less. Passenger vehicles, if after 15 years somebody wants to use, he has two options. If you surrender it, you get a reduction in the new vehicle, the price of the vehicle which you are going to buy, or you have to pay some extra money to the government. So they allow you to run for a year or two. But the maximum life that is permitted for any vehicle in India is only 15 years, and it is even less in the case of commercial vehicles like trucks, lorries, etc. So that step is already taken.
Yes, sir. And recently I have seen that whatever you said, but government by paying the extra amount, collecting the extra charges, they are giving the permission to those vehicles and government vehicles to use that for more than 15 years. So it is okay. But
No, that is in the transition. You see,
yes,
all
sir.
of a sudden, if tomorrow I say you can't bring your vehicle, then you will be handicapped. But after a few months, once this policy is fully implemented, they will stop even if you pay double the price, they won't allow you. They say you buy a new vehicle.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, then. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. God bless you all. I'm happy that I had an opportunity of interacting with you. So can I leave now, Dr. Jayachandra?
Yes, sir. Of course,
because you have to commence your session. You have to commence your session. Okay, then. Bye.
Dr. Ravindra, sir. Dr. Ravindra, sir. Can I continue? Okay, I take self-decision because this is a slot given to me. I feel very honored to be a speaker in this international concept. So, am I not audible? Anybody? Am I not audible? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll just share my screen. Hope this is also visible to all of you. So I'm Dr. Jayachandra, as introduced by my president, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu. So I am the vice president of this Pure Earth Foundation, very briefly, sir already mentioned about this biannual national conference. The only one important thing in this conference is it is the first of its kind in the country that is allowing students only to present whatever work, whatever knowledge, whatever idea they have in various subjects which are the entire world is concerned, that is environment. So every year, every conference, environment as the major topic and connected with certain activity or certain other subject, relevant subject. So we started this conference allowing only students to share their knowledge, share their view, they bring issues and they only provide solution and they request certain, change in the policies also we have observed in the last few conferences. This is the fourth one in this line. And available both physical and virtual mode. So G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science, located in Sheikpet at Hyderabad, they are hosting this fourth Pure Earth Environment Conference in their campus. And of course, there is a physical and a virtual participation is also there. Certainly a session will be dedicated for virtual speakers, that is students. So little bit about this conference, because we have seen continuously for several years, and every conference, every workshop, every seminar at any academic institute or a government organization or an NGO, you take anything. See, it is my experience. I have seen students were used only audience. Very rare they may raise it. Very rare they may pose a question. That is only limit opportunity given to them. And that particular age with, and we can expect a lot of knowledge, lot of research also. Particularly you might have seen, everybody agrees. For example, who is the best operator of the mobile phone? Only the youngest people in the country. I don't know about the world, but in India, the youngest people in this country are the best users. Maximum features they are aware. How they got it? Some whatever reason. So that's just a small example I am telling. That means we can expect a lot of innovation, a lot of thinking and ideas from the younger generation, and they are the real people to protect this planet Earth. And that is why our focus is to this younger generation only, particularly students who are studying with colleges, schools, universities like that. And this is a platform where they can come up with their own, any problem they are facing in that particular domain, and or any solution they have in their mind, anything they feel, this can be like this. Just like somebody asked a good question. See, the reason is the policies in India, that is only I can say the answer. The policies in India are implemented differently. The same thing, implementation in other countries are different. A small example I can tell, one of the state level officer from Andhra Pradesh state, I need not mention his name, when visited on an official tour to Singapore, and when he coming out of the hotel, as usual, like an Indian environment, so some waste paper from his pocket just thrown on road, and he just walked a few steps forward. Then suddenly he stopped, he came back, picked up that piece of paper, put it in his pocket, and during his walk, he found a dustbin and placed in it. Will anybody do it in India? Because he was aware, though he is a new entrant to that city, he was informed in the airports itself. That means wherever the foreigners are entering into that particular city or like that, there is a proper communication about all the consequences. And the citizens of that city are disciplined. So both two things are there. The people in the country, people in the city should be disciplined. That should come through government also. And you know, I need not comment on government of India and states and all. So there is the only difference is that I hope Vivekananda also must agree with this. That is the only difference. Otherwise, we can strictly means we can follow. We that way, suddenly we may not become handicapped, but you are aware that your vehicle is getting 14 years, 15th year. So 1 year advance only you should think about it. If you know about the strict implementation of the policies and all acts, automatically you will get activated within the stipulated time and all. So this is how the solutions. So, but as whatever situation we have in our country, we have to try to improve our conditions, try to give some scope to the younger generation. At least, for example, uh, this particular conference where agriculture we have chosen as one of the supporting theme along with the environment, as the first speaker mentioned. So any activity, human activity, one of the major activity on planet Earth is agriculture. Reason is all living creatures need food, particularly human or all human associated other living creatures like livestock, whatever we are depending or they are depending on us. So this everything needs food. So this agriculture, we should think: are we doing it in in harmony with the nature, or we are violating it? This is the thing. Who will think in that aspect? A farmer without any education may not think. He only sees somewhere. If something is better yield there, he follows it. Or if somebody advised him, he likes it, he follows it. But for example, a kid in his house is well aware about the environment consequences, environment damage by doing certain things like fertilizing and all. So automatically that family, that farmer, though is not educated, certainly he will be taking a point from his own children. So that is why we have given focus to this younger generation. People like us will speak, but maybe I feel the people who can take part in the implementation is the younger generation. That is where we should give them opportunity to think and come out with solutions, bring out the problems, and at least educate the people who are uneducated, at least connected to them. This is what the thing we found, and then we should give them an opportunity. Certainly the fourth conference is still a one-day conference with so much of participation across the country, and even of course already the conferences we are witnessing few participation from other countries also. But maybe I'm telling in future years, it may go for 2 days because we have to accommodate the single day, a 25 to 30 papers we could, accommodate, because we are cutting all the valid, the what you call inaugural, that means a lengthy inaugurals, a brief inaugural, a brief valedictory, but more space is given to the students' presentation. So that is what we felt, and we are doing it. And we are very happy that many people, wherever we are sharing this kind of support to the younger generation, they are coming forward and supporting. That the result is like Narayanama College, when they saw their students a good participation in earlier conferences, they felt, why can't we support and we host this? So this kind of positive response we are witnessing, and now as part of this, because the topic is agriculture combined with environment. So I have few slides here. Maybe what I found, many of the participants of this conference, I think, is there any student participant? Maybe I have a doubt on that. Most of them are the professionals or various, okay, but still if even few students are there, just to give you a few tips about, because we are expecting you to come out with a paper. So you may have an issue, you may have a solution, you may have an idea, an innovative idea, something, but how to bring it as a paper. So you are doing, because all the last 3 conferences we have organized, every student, the paper they sent to us is their first paper in their life. So the first paper, certainly we can't expect the next an international standard content, international standard, all these things. So certain thing, but that's where I would like to give few tips through 1 or 2 slides only, not much. So this is because focusing or expecting student as the participant writing the paper. So students may be the first thing, like, it can be, the topic can be from two way. It's a requirement for their academic project. So for example, I want to tell them whatever academic project they take up in the final years or final semesters. That itself is it requires a identification of a problem. It requires a solution through you, some method, some methodology. And you may bring up a 50 to 60, 70 pages dissertation. Suppose if you can reduce that whole work with the briefly, what is your problem definition, what is your, the expected solution you are giving, and what are the methodology you follow. These things you briefly bring into, short note, like less than 10 pages. A 70 to 100 pages dissertation of a post-graduation project or a PhD project, anything, if you bring it down to less than 10 pages as a summary of the project, that becomes your paper. That is one for the when you are in the final years and you are already in that project preparation and doing. Second thing is, maybe you are not taking up that part as a project, but for example, a second year, a first year student. So you should identify some topic. There is already topics we are sharing in the brochure, environment and agriculture related, some topic, and then you need to work out on that topic. So maybe it starts again with some objective. So like that. And once you decide some topic, I want to address this. For example, in the next slide, I may give few tips of the topics also. So then you can think in that direction. And first you have to decide what is the topic that I want to, write a few pages on it. I want to talk something on that. So that is the first thing. Then once you decide some topic, and on that topic you search in the, like the preliminary research, whatever, in the various available sources, online sources. We have, for example, some good, maybe in the next slide they are there, good journals are there, good references there. You can check it like that. So once a topic is decided, then some information on that topic will collect, and any inputs and materials. Suppose you need some data from a government website. Suppose you are talking on weather or meteorology related something. So the concerned department certainly will provide a lot of inputs in form of table or in form of pictures, in form of content, something like that. So like that you can find out. You see, the evaluate sources is also a point here. For example, if you are given, you choose a topic and you are given something, suddenly, for example, you find in a YouTube, today there is a social media, we cannot say it is right, you cannot say it is wrong. We are in that horrible condition. Literally, we don't find a solution to this. Suddenly, for example, some social media, YouTube, one fellow says today afternoon it will be heavy rain. Will you believe? You don't believe. You immediately check either a standard website, a TV channel, or something, you will go to evaluate it. So that is where this is very important. Something when you are putting onto a page, paper, you should be aware whether that is authentic or not like that. So therefore, the source you bring out your content or the information is also very important. So then many students, what they do, what my experience I'm telling, they are directly copying and putting in the papers. Copy, cut and paste. For cut and paste, you don't require many days also. You can have 3-4 days. Suppose if a college, suddenly tomorrow there is an exam, you come up with some 30 pages note, something, right? Means in the night they give a circular, means you do that only. But we are not allowing that. We are giving a very good time, valuable time. You do all cut and paste. Prepare a 20-30 pages, no problem. Read it, own it, understand, and then put it on your notes. That is what we expect and we advise students. to, the content may be you copied, you collected whatever you feel it is important, you collected, but you draw after understanding it, draw into your own words. So your own notes you make it. So that is what writing the paper. And what all the sources, what all the inputs, where you got whatever any data or any picture or anything, all you have to give them. That is called citing the reference. That is the last page. And most people, as a habit, once they prepare with so many days or so many hours, they will not have patience to go through once back. My advice is this proofread, either each author should do it. Secondly, can share it to another friend or another good advisor, good well-wisher. If the entire content is read by another person, another mind, he will understand it differently. You can check, cross-check whether the way you understood, the way you are giving solution, the way you are showing a method, is it acceptable to the next person? Is it in the order? So everything, when the entire thing, the total paper, which you feel it is a draft paper almost before finalization, you read it as a proofread. Second, you also take support of somebody close to you like this. So then, of course, these things all should be there, as whatever long journey, but everything starts with one step only. So like that, research paper, whatever it is, research paper, no, that is job of a PhD scholar. That is after post-graduation. No, as it's stated, just start with one word, like a one word topic you choose. Agriculture, it's a very big subject, but within that, you go inside, you will find more and more. Like that, things starts with single word. Then also you should keep in mind that why are you doing and who are my audience, all these things. These are all few basic important things. Even I don't talk much on this, that itself will cover all this, but this is just major parts. You should have, see, suppose you make these parts, either it is called an abstract or introduction. There is a slight difference with an abstract and introduction. This sum up of the paper itself, that means what is the thing that you are talking, the topic, and what is the solution or whatever it is. If you can give a summary, executive summary kind, in single page or in a single paragraph, that is abstract. But what about introduction? That can be, a general background of the topic. Like Sir told, suddenly there is a high rainfall, suddenly there is no rainfall. So you give this kind of example, like the past few years we had like this situation, why it is something like that. Like that, you talk on that topic and then take your objective. So then these are all followed. These are the major titles of your paper: objective and the review of literature. That what is on that topic, what was the work done earlier, that you should refer. That is the literature. So something what you are showing different. It is the same thing you are putting there. It's not your paper. It is the paper of that content, that other. So then all whatever data you collect, the inputs and then methods, results, and anyhow, once you got few results, then only on that results only you will discuss. Okay. Of course, the reference I told you have to mention. So with the short time we have to move on. At least I could show you a few things. So that is a small part I want to. I thought there may be some good student participation, so I included those things. And these things also is not new to you. Everybody is aware. The entire planet Earth is giving us these renewable sources and these non-renewable sources. We should look at that, the entire natural resources, that is Earth resources. We should look at two aspects. The reason is, when you use these, it is a different way you can use, because they are renewable. An air, sunlight, land, all this. Whereas these things is very important, should be more, sensible in utilizing these things. You should keep for next generation. Suppose the entire coal is there in Telangana or in Andhra, in southern part of India, you take out in next 1 decade or something like. What about next future? So these are all you should have concern with. And of course, I want to, because as an expert from geospatial technology, and all about natural resources, the geospatial technology itself is a technology, to map and to give analysis and to give some solution, scientific input, scientific output of Earth. That is what geo. That is what it is geospatial technology. And the one thing we have to think, these renewable and non-renewable sources, if you just think, are they available anywhere other than planet Earth? Then you will get a point why we should be concerned, why we should be, talk on environment and protect our planet Earth. So if you, the answer is you don't get these renewable, non-renewable resources with any other planet. This slide will answer you. You can see here, there are planets with this kind of temperature, 433 degrees, 470 degrees. There are certain other planets, all in minus degrees. Neither the creature, living things can exist here, nor they exist here. The only planet, only heaven among all the planets of the solar system, we have only the Earth. That we should realize, we should know it. And this is having this, surface temperature, average surface temperature of Earth. That is the beauty, that is the environment of Earth. Today we are all here. Why other planets look bald, like a metal ball? Because nothing can be surveyed. So some more things. Of course, this is the temperature, you see, the decade, that this is the century, 19th and 20th century, the variation you can see. And suddenly in the 21st century, we are already 21 years completed. The next 79 years only there. Already the figures you can check here. This is the highest average in July 2021. Imagine these figures grows, then what SAR told that we expect. All they will melt, the global warming. So I need not talk on that again. So that is why Earth and environment, you people may be aware, last few, at least in decade, and the new millennium, everywhere, every corner of this world, something happening on environment, some talking something, but practically we should implement. There are few students who are vexed in the last some summit, and they are telling, if you can't do, allow us, we will change this world, something like that they are talking. Because all the presidents of all the countries, like Krishna also told, either President Biden or Narendra Modi or any other person cannot produce H2O, even a drop of water. Okay, whatever powerful they are. Now, just this thing also important for the people to understand why only planet Earth is having that beautiful environment. This is the reason. And if you look at this part, many people are aware, maybe little physics here. This entire radiation is a band of, say, a wide band, a spectrum of radiation is coming out from sun, and it is falling in all planets, including Earth. But the environment of Earth, where there is a cloud like this, a ozone cloud, which is spread over kilometers. It's not just like a thin layer, as if it become whole something like. It's a cloud spread over kilometers. Okay, above Earth atmosphere. This is stopping the short wavelength, and short wavelength means high frequency that can penetrate through anything. No human body, no any object, anything, everything it can smash. That is the reason there is no objects or features which we are seeing on Earth. Similar features we don't find in other planets. Reason is this high frequency and short wavelength, powerful radiation and high harmful radiation are burning everything. That's all. If these radiation also enter into Earth atmosphere, our Earth is another Mars or Venus or something else. So just, the saver for this Earth is this ozone layer. So that is where people, concern. And how to protect this? Nothing you have to do. You try to check out your, the emissions that you are giving on Earth, like Sir told, the methane gases or the industrial, chemicals. So these things will dilute that layer. If they dilute, what happens? This radiation will enter into Earth atmosphere. So that is like like a powerful, it is protecting as a layer above the Earth atmosphere. So that is the reason the Earth has such a great atmosphere where these millions of creatures, the entire biolife is there. One thing out of, for example, you take whatever this titles, sustainable agriculture, first thing is environmental health. How it is possible? Just check out the millions of creatures on planet Earth, the living creatures, except human being, that is single creature, one creature who violates the entire rules, nature, law of nature. You cannot show any other creature that is violent because they don't have brain like us. So we have everything. If we want, we can hold this earth for few more centuries or thousands of years, or we can destroy at the earliest whenever we want, because already there somebody, some part of the world they are fighting. I don't understand why. For very small, of course I need a comment. But you have a thought, you have a thinking about this kind of broad nature. What is our role? What other creatures are there? Every every small or big, like Sir told, if that small bees and other things are there, we don't get food at all. Then what is that you can live here? What is that you will do here without food? So we should respect everything. And when every creature follows the law of nature, only human being violate this and does all his family. So that is where we need not talk much about this. Many things are there. But at least few things, for these children, like, for example, somebody say, just pose few questions. Can we do any farming in space, agriculture in space? You get some idea, something. It can be a good topic. Okay, maybe that the farming may happen in future, but why can't you just foresee it now? Already soilless farming is there in space. In space stations, there is no soil, but they are doing it. A few small things, and then they take it as food. In space stations only, but not on open space, inside the space station like that. But similarly, if you think in the perception of problems, you get so many topics, so many things. For example, what measures government should take environment-friendly farming on earth? Don't think about your own small 1 acre, 2 acre of your own family's farming. Think about this farming on planet Earth. So few things you can bring up. For example, a cropland with 2 acre, 3 acre something, they can allow to go for food crops. But suppose a person having 20 acre, 30 acre, 50, 100, thousands, I don't know, we still have that ceiling. Acts, only acts are there. But many people agree that there are people with more than that ceiling limit, hundreds of acres. I don't know how they got it. But again, there is a government can bring certain things. Suppose so for example, land holdings more than 10 acre, 20 acre, something like that. They can take up some commercial crops 50%. At least there can be some rule, something. Say 50% should bring up with the kind of this kind of what is that, the tree cover that will dilute the greenhouse gases, dilute the pollution. So such species you should make a mandate to the landholders, the patedas, who are holding more than 10, 20, all these big land chunks. 50% they can do, but 50% you should respect for the planet, respect for the environment and earth, something like that. And the country, we don't have proper guidance when you will guide the farmers. If you have soil parameters across the country, but there is a center, call center, even today it is there for several years, it is working with a soil parameter collected in 100 hectares. In 100 hectare, one soil sample. So one soil sample, if that matches with 1 or 2 farmers, they will benefit. If that soil sample will not match with any other farmers, they will go suicide. That is wrong. That means we should have a reliable, that is important. Reliable soil parameters across the country should be there. Now there are very beautiful, good technologies, geospatial technologies. See, I'm questioning here the 100-hectare soil sample collected in past few years, and on that there is a call center addressing the government of India from Delhi, every farmer from the whole country, only based on that sample of that 100-hectare sample. And that 100-hectare sample, there is no lat longitude from where they collected. Here I have to give small problem. So how it misleads the farmers. 100-hectare one sample, a revenue village is there 2,000 hectares. So 20 sample is his target. Maybe an agriculture officer, agricultural assistant is given the task. So if 2,000 hectares and 20 samples has to collect, the 20 samples should justify the entire 2,000 hectares. You should collect from entire village area. When it is possible, if you carry a map, then you can check, you can at least approximately keep your soil sample site. Yeah, this corner I should collect one, this corner like this. So this is how they are, but it's not followed. You ask for anybody in whatever way you want. There is no lat longitude for this. Then you are asking some location, the answer is coming from the data of soil information of some other location. Certainly you will mismatch. If you that just like leaving fate or leaving, if you are luck or unluck, something like that. This kind of things should change in this country, in agriculture sector. A lot of work is there. Every smartphone can give location. Every smartphone, no need of any GPS, no need of expert like any other fellow. So, but still 20 years, the new millennium is the best time where the geospatial technologies are in boom. But even today, we are not finding the government implementing at different local levels. So maybe I'm already out of my time, just in finishing 5 minutes. So take out any issue in farming, okay, and try to give a solution how to cut losses to farm. I'm not giving how to get benefit or get profit to the farmer. I'm telling how to cut his loss, thinking in a different way, not suddenly adding to its profits. So you should not lose. Fairly should get justice. The government says agriculture loans we will relieve from agriculture loans, all that. On what basis? There should be some, if you implement technology that gives you transparency, whenever there is a loan is given, show your boundary. This 2-acre crop, I have taken this. Bank will not take that. And they will say, they will give to a list which was recommended by somebody. How can you do that? You should have your own mechanism. Technology is there today. Smartphone is there with every individual in this country. The smartphone with some 10-15 points you collect around a parcel, a 2-acre, 3-acre parcel, you get a polygon. Same thing, you check it. Is there real damage? Is there any problem? Is there? Then you should. That means the insurance. We don't have insurance, crop insurances. We have only loans, no crop insurance. Technology is there. Then when these governments, when these administrators, when these politicians will understand the technology, will correct these things. Many things are there which are there in this technology. Now, so people, I mentioned few things why they are, they will filter impurities and remove greenhouse gases. Such species you mentioned, which will grow in Telangana, which will grow in Andhra, like that we should think. I heard in recent conference about bamboo, but we don't find anywhere. You see the crores of plantation we do by the government of Telangana, Haritanaru. Have you seen anywhere along a river, along a road, the bamboo plantation? You just read about that. You did the best, carbon sequestration process. One of the species, that means squeezing the carbon from the air, that is from carbon dioxide, and supplying through the plant to the earth, soil. That is where it releases oxygen. They give oxygen, they take carbon. The tree that best sequester the carbon, that species we should bring up. So that is where. So that means everywhere there is a scientific knowledge, scientific information is there. The governments and public and the people. That is where I feel the only choice is the youth, who at least will realize, will understand. Then they can anywhere, any situation, they change themselves, they make their families, at least something will expect the result. So because we can't get that policies, get that implementations in our present conditions. I'll just show you quickly. For example, the mapping of agriculture. So 2 seasons imagery. So you see here, this is in August, September crop season. You found the full crop here. Whereas this is another season, no crop here. So you to prepare land use land cover. See, land use land cover is what? The permanent feature on surface of earth is called land cover. A hill is there, a water body is there, an infrastructure is there, permanent. A road, national will never go, it will be there. Whereas land use is nothing but the major thing in the world is agriculture. Agriculture, it will be seen today one way, after a few months another way, same area. So that is dynamic part of the country, part of the world, agriculture. So you can beautifully map today. We have the best technologies, best resolutions of the, that is the age we are here. We can have satellite data 25 centimeters. Imagine. Don't forget about drones and other, which will give less than that. But even satellites, in even free domains like few portals like Earth, Google Earth, some other many things also giving like this. So I think, oh sorry. Okay. Of course, this is how, this is a medium and low resolution satellite data. A crop, how it looks, a grassy surface, how it looks, a bare soil, just plowed and then ready to take any crop, something like that. You can also witness, this is some medium resolution satellite picture. All this red is crops. And this is how the districts. So from satellite, because satellite is the technology where no human being can manipulate it. What is there on the ground, it reflects reality. The radiation reflected by the features will be received and made into a picture and given to us. That is what the satellite imagery, what we can see. Therefore, you cannot hide it. So this portion of Chittoor district, this portion of Anantapur district, so this is prone to desertification. You don't take up any action, anything. So that way, depending on different locations, different parts, different countries, and all this, they should take some. This becomes a powerful input, scientific input for the administrators and the decision makers. So I just quickly, of course, another major resource forest. See, we agreed to, hold 33% of this Indian geography, but you know how much it is. As per 2021, the forest survey report that states we have only 21.71 forest, 21.71 with the target 33%. From several years, we are trying to increase, but we are failing. So these are certain figures. And of course, this is our satellite data. This is the cultivation inside the forest. Just I asked, a slide will make a student, oh, cultivation inside a forest is something is there that is called, ROFR Act. And that is how the people, that is nothing but forest dwellers who are depending on that, something like that. And of course, these are the, what is that? Afforestation. This afforestation it's not plantation. Afforestation true meaning is planting the trees are the in the non-forest area, not inside the forest, non-forest area. Agroforest is something like that. So I must stop here because already I took 10 minutes. So with this, I'll oh. Yeah. So thank you for this great opportunity given to me by these organizers of this conference. Particularly, I must thank Dr. Ravindra Garu as a great effort behind this conference. Thank you. Maybe anybody interested to have any question on anything, I'm available. And Ravindra Garu has my contact. You can also take it. Or I can share my email ID. brjcgat@gmail.com. I can send it because already I have taken few minutes of the next speaker. So thank you, Wanda. Thank you.
The host.
I request either Ravindra Garu or Dr. Aparna Madam, you are there. So please take over. Madam.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Please, okay.
I'll share my screen. Sir, hosts are not allowing to screen share, sir. Host disabled participant screen sharing, sir. I'm unable to share my screen.
Madam, now it allows you, please share your screen.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, thank you. No, sir, I'm not able to share my screen, sir. Sir, you are muted.
Madam, now you can share, madam, because there is no.
No, sir. Disabled participant screen sharing. It shows disabled participant screen sharing, sir.
Okay. I think Ravindra Garu has to help us something to allow you all. Allow to record. Okay, I will make host. Then I think you can do it. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Because it is not there for participant, but host can do it.
Sir, are you able to see my?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible, madam. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning to one and all present here. This is Dr. Aparna, working as a Associate Professor of Mathematics at G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. This is my immense pleasure to be a part of this national webinar on environment green energy, sustainable agriculture, holistic and sustainable, pure earth. This webinar is being organized on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in the month of March. So this webinar is a part of celebrations. The whole month of March is filled with celebrations. Even this is also a part of that. So the previous speakers, Mr. M.V. Krishna Rao Garu and Dr. Jayachandra Garu already explained so many things about the environment, climate change and everything. I would like to introduce a few ideas about the environmental research. Topics related to our environment have been trending in the past years. People all across the globe are concerned about climate change and other environmental issues that takes place today. Therefore, researching this topic is a great thing to do. Environmental research is an interesting subject for those who have concerns for the environment and organisms on Earth. Environment research topics are subjects and ideas related to ecosystems and biology. Scientists conduct these research to raise awareness or find solutions to preserve the environment and the organisms in it. Learning about these topics can help you brainstorm ideas for research or build interest in environmental conservation. So we face more challenges today than the previous people. Sure, the earth stays habituated for future generations. As our population grows, environmental problems will become deeper and require more drastic solutions and changes. So the good news is that there are a lot of opportunities to lend a hand. Whether you decide to major in environmental science and tackle some of these problems or just educate yourself about the biggest issues for greater awareness. Anything helps. As citizens of Earth, we are all tasked with the responsibility to keep our plants clean, healthy, and beautiful. Environmental research topics. Environmental research topics refers to conditions of the physical, chemical aspects of the environment. This can include human activities, living organisms, so naturally occurring landmarks, and etc. Environmental research focuses largely on conservation or prevention. Many professionals may perform environmental research, such as ecologists, environmentalists, scientists, and wildlife managers. Environmental research is vital for conservation. This type of research can help you find safe practices for production and consumption to reduce the negative effects of human activity on the environment. Researching natural occurrence such as wildfires or wildlife can also help you develop preventive measures or optimize the use of natural resources such as wind, water, etc. Now, I will share some important research topics in this environment, which are very useful nowadays. In this first one is climate change. Already Krishna Rao Garu discussed so many things about this climate change. Climate change is a global rise in temperature and alterations in weather conditions. So this is caused because of human emissions and greenhouse gases. Since climate change affects everyone and focuses on the changes in the environment, this is a great topic for research. You can research the causes and effects of climate change or research preventive methods for corporations and individuals. So next, one more important topic for research in this environment is fire ecology. Fire ecology is such a blazing field right now. This is a study of wildfires and how they affect the environment. Fire ecologists work hard to understand how fires naturally burn, how they have burned currently, and how they might burn in future. Even more importantly, these scientists are trying to understand how humans can live in harmony with fire. If you choose this topic for environmental research, you can study the causes of wildfires, how to prevent and manage them, and their effects on the environment. If you choose to research fire ecology, you may focus the three main important topics. So in this first one is fuel, next oxygen, and the other one is heat. So one more important topic for research in this environment is renewable energy. Even previous speakers already explained about this renewable energy, how this is very important for human life. So modern society was built on fossil fuels, and now it's coming back to haunt the previous changes. One of the biggest ways we can cope with this by developing renewable energy technologies. Renewable energy comes from resources that have an ultimated or reusable supply, such as solar, wind, and hydro energy. This every one of you know. So using this renewable energy, one way to slow the effect of climate change because it produces low waste and pollution. If you choose renewable energy as a research topic, you might try to discover which renewable energy is the best for different regions or learn how each type of renewable energy affects its environment. So already so many people are working with this renewable energy, but people also have some idea about these energies. That's what so many are using solars and all these nowadays. So one more very important topic which you can take in your research is deforestation. Deforestation is the mass loss of trees for production or land development. Because day by day, the population is increasing. So with that population, they need shelter and they need food. For these two purposes, so many trees we are destroying. It can have many negative effects on ecosystems. And with environmental research, you can make others more aware of these causes and effects. The main questions to answer in your research may include regions where deforestation has the most impact, how to repair environments where deforestation occurs, and how to conserve forest. It may be helpful to discuss the benefits of forest and trees to people and animals. So this deforestation affects not only people, even animals also affecting a lot with this deforestation. Next, very, very important damage to our environment is ozone repair. So this damage to the ozone contributes to climate change. So already the previous speakers discussed about this climate changes. With so many effects we are facing with this climate changes. So this is an interesting topic for environmental research. In your research, you can explore the options for repairing or reducing the damage to the ozone layer. This is the upper atmospheric layer over the earth. This every one of you know, which becomes damaged from satellites and space travel. Not only this, now almost all the people are using refrigerators and air conditions in their houses. That also affects a lot. As a topic of environmental research, you can discuss possibilities for future space travel and launching satellites, or develop solutions for how to manage the effects of having damaged ozone. One more important topic is water management. So every one of you know, without water, we cannot imagine our world. We can't do anything. So water is not only for the humans, for all the organisms on earth, they need water. Water management is a study of how to manage water resources, including the oceans, lakes, and groundwater. Environmental research on water management may include developing ways to optimize the use of this resource, since it's vital for all life forms. In your research, you may study how to make water clean and reusable for drinking, how to manage and distribute bodies of water, or how to best use of water in each of its cycles. Already in so many places, they are recycling the water. So not only in factories, even some apartments also, they are recycling the water. They have some recycling water plants. So if you choose this a topic is your research topic, you can give some awareness to the people who are wasting water. So this is also no doubt, it's one of the important research topic in environment. Next is wildlife ecology. Wildlife ecology is a study of how to protect, manage, and grow population. So this is a popular topic for national parks and related studies. An environmental research paper on this topic may focus on preventive measures people can take to conserve wildlife habits, provide information on ecosystems in certain regions, or explain the effects human activity has on wildlife ecology. You may choose the research a special animal, or you may choose a special region or effects of that. Taking any one of these as a topic, you can research in wildlife ecology. That is very helpful for all the animals. You can create awareness about this. So, next topic is almost all of we are facing this one: noise and light pollution. You might not think of noise and light as pollutants because without this we cannot imagine ourselves. But they are. You can realize only if your neighbors are being noisy when you are trying to study. In this emerging field, researchers attempt to understand how noisy and bright environment can impact the organisms living with them. This topic of environmental research is new year, and conducting studies can help improve human lives and ecosystems. Recently, only people started working on these noise and light pollution. So, if anyone choose this topic is the research topic, surely they can promote their work. For example, how does the roar of airports affect nearby wildlife? That you can explain. How do growing city lights confuse migrating birds? These are critical questions those studying noise and light pollutions are trying to answer. So next topic and very important topic in this environmental research is geographical information systems. A geographical information system helps map geographic patterns. Scientists are working with the system of forecast, monitor change, identify issues, and respond to geographic events. For all these, scientists are using this geographical information. You can use this topic as a research to report on how technology aids in predicting event in nature and how these maps can help protect the environment. This is also a good environmental research topic to perform in-depth research about the different industries that use this information systems, like healthcare system, insurance, manufacturing, and communication systems. So all the systems are using this geographical information systems. So if you take this as a research topic, so you can take any one of the field and you can work on that. Next topic is urban ecology. Urban ecology studies how ecological processes occur in cities and other densely populated areas. This topic may include achieving sustainability, reducing pollution, and managing the Earth's population. As cities continue to grow, this is an emerging topic for environmentalists. It's important to study how organisms interact in urban ecosystems to design cohabitation methods for all future life on Earth. The other research topic in environment is luminology. Maybe this is a new word. Everyone know about oceanographers. But this luminologists are new word. Scientists who study the oceans are called oceanographers. Every one of you may heard these oceanographers. But what about those who study fresh water? Fresh water. These scientists are called limnologists. Scientists who study about fresh water are called luminologists. And they play a big role as we work to understand and monitor our impacts on rivers, lakes, and wetlands. Because freshwater bodies are much smaller than oceans. That is the big problem everyone are facing now. They can be much more sensitive to destruction. For example, if you dump a truck full of fertilizer into the ocean, it won't have much of an impact. At least you cannot identify the impact of that one if you pour that fertilizer into the ocean. But if you do the same in a lake, it could cause eutrophication, alga overgrowth, which shocks every other living thing out of the water. That problem only we are facing now. So if you take this as your research topic, so you can work with at least if you take this one, you'll give some awareness about these freshwater bodies, freshwater. Next one is ecosystem. An ecosystem involves a physical environment and the relationship organisms. This is a broad topic for environmental research because you can study any location and the interactions of living organisms and nature in that environment. Understanding ecosystem is a vital to conservation, which is the focus of most environmental research. As a research topic, you may study the importance of aspects in an ecosystem, creatures that exist in multiple ecosystems and organisms that can only survive in certain ecosystems. That also helps future. So with all these, actually the topic environment is ocean and the research topic in this environment are infinite in number. So within this small period, I have to talk about research topics in environment means I took only few topics which are common. If you take research, if you take any one of these topic and if you work on that topic. You will get awareness of the topic, and that helps to improve your local environment also. You can give more awareness to others also. So nowadays, so many are taking this as, environmental topic is their research topic, whatever may be the field. They are belongs to any field, like me, mathematician, or the science one, or the social students. All are selecting their research topics are related to environment. Because environment is not only a subject, it is related to each and every human's life. So not only just for the fun or not only just for the interest, you have to take this as a topic. Now, so many people are giving jobs. So wide variety of jobs are there in this platform, environment sector. So statistics estimates that employment opportunity in environment science is increasing 80%, 8% by 2030. Because without a healthy environment, we could not have fields like physics, medicine, engineering, and education. Not only this, no field is there without a healthy environment. So, to keep a healthy environment is each and every person's responsibility. So, without a healthy environment, there won't be any human. Already you know about the nature of today's and the previous years. Over the last 40 years, the rate of global warming has been more than twice. As a result, we need people who can study the environment and ensure it's healthy for everyone, no matter where they live. The environmental sector is a promising industry given its wide variety of jobs. Already I discussed about this one. And steady growth also. If you are a nature enthusiastic or want to improve your local environment, take this environmental research. So the topics what I discussed today are only few. Already I said infinite number of topics are there in this ocean. So you can take any topic and you can continue your research with that topic. That is useful for your study growth, and you can choose a variety of jobs instead of regular one. You can choose a variety job with it. So what about a famous quotation about this? What we save saves us. No doubt it's true. What we save saves us. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. And thank you all the organizers for giving this great opportunity. Actually, I am not related to this environment topic. I'm a mathematician. But still, I have some interest about these topics. That's what I'm working on it. So I try to explain what I know. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll, I think, move on to the next speaker, Dr. Chakradhar. Chakradhar
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
thank
my
you, thank
voice
you.
is audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, audible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead, because we are
Yeah,
already
so
a 5-minute delay is there.
sure.
We should maybe
So
you.
I cannot share the screen. I think I should be
Yeah,
given
you
a
still
co-host.
no problem. But you can on your video.
Yeah. So even the video also is stopped. So
Okay,
I
we
didn't.
stopped. More.
Madam
Now
Aparna,
you
madam,
can
can
try,
you?
Dr. Chakradhar.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Now it's
Okay.
open.
Thank you.
I think earlier screen should be closed. Then I can share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, Aparna ma'am, kindly close,
Sure.
stop screen sharing.
Screen sharing. Screen
Thank you.
sharing.
Sure, sir, sure. Okay, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
madam.
he's
So I think,
able to open it. Thank you.
yeah. So my screen also have opened. So I will start my presentation. So good afternoon, everybody. So it is my privilege to be here at the National Webinar on Environment, Climate Change, Green Energy, Sustainable Agriculture, Holistic Health, Sustainable Development of Pure Earth, NWESDPE 2022. And also I would like to thank core committee members of Pure Earth Foundation, Dr. Jayachandra Garu and also Dr. Krishna Rao Garu for inviting me for this national webinar. So my topic is green energy. So I would like to cover what is the difference between non-renewable energy and renewable energy, and what are green energy, different sources of green energies, and how we can generate electricity through these green energies, what are the pros and cons of each of the energy sources, and what are the areas that we can go for improvement. Suppose if there are any disadvantages, if there are any pros, or if there are any disadvantages, how we can go ahead. So, or like these are like topics for the researchers to work on and improve, and also make the energy much more efficient. So we will see first what are non-renewable energy. As we all know that humankind is mostly dependent on the energy, and the most of the energy that we are consuming now are by burning fossil fuels. So by burning fossil fuels, so a lot of greenhouse gases will be emitted, and these greenhouse gases will get accumulated, and these will cause for a global warming. So you can see the slide pictures here: smoke pollution and factory smoke, and also coal. So these energy resources like fossil fuels, so once we consume, they cannot be replenished. So it will take millions of years to get it replenished. So now whatever we are using, the coal or other non-renewable energy, so for the future generations, so will not have these non-renewable energy sources for them to use. So that's why there is a lot of need for us to think about renewable energy sources, green energy sources, switch towards green energy sources, and also use them effectively. So green energy. So green energy is any energy that is generated from natural resources such as sun, wind, water, geothermal heat, which are non-renewable, which are naturally replenished. So any energy resource which is naturally replenished, or which will be by the rate we are consuming, if they are replenished back, so then we call it as renewable energy sources. And in all renewable energy sources are green energy sources. But if you consider green energy, they are like they will not harm environment, so they will not produce harmful gases, or they are mostly eco-friendly. So sunlight, so we have sunlight, abundant sunlight. It is a major source for most of the energy. So for the life which is on this earth, the sun energy or sunlight is very much important. The warmth which we are feeling now, it is because of the sun, which is very far away, like millions of kilometers away from us, but still because of the sun energy we are able to live. So if we are able to use this sun energy effectively and switch over to the solar energy, so we can reduce consumption of these fossil fuels. So we can see these are the green energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, hydropower energy, geothermal energy, biomass energy, and biofuel energy. So first, solar energy. So we will see one by one. So like solar energy is like we are making use of sunlight, or not only for producing the electricity, for many other sources we are using this solar energy. So wind energy, by the wind which flows through different parts, so we can make use of the wind and we can produce electricity. And hydropower, so by the water flow we can generate electricity. And geothermal energy, so by the heat which is at the earth, inside the earth, we can make use of the heat to get steam, and also we can get energy. And biomass and biofuel, by using like biomass we can generate biomass as well as biofuels. So we will see one by one. Solar energy, so you can see here array of solar panels here. So solar energy, it is abundant, and also it is cleanest renewable energy available for humankind. And this energy is never ending. All the time we can get sunlight. But there are some like pros and cons of this energy. So we'll try to understand this. So this by solar cells or solar photovoltaic cells, we can generate this solar energy. We can see an array of solar um, panels here. So each cell can produce a small rectangular box here can produce around 0.5 volts of electricity, and array of 30 cells connected in series can produce 15 volts. And this is a panel. So like this type of panels can be connected as array, and these arrays can be connected in open areas. So we can install this type of solar plants wherever the areas where sunlight is abundant, and also some of the areas which are not used for agriculture. So that places, if there are plenty of regions, so these type of regions can be used. We can go for acres. So many acres of land we can install this solar energy and make use of this solar energy effectively. So advantages is it is an eco-friendly and pollution-free source of energy. It does not produce greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. It is a renewable source of energy. Solar energy can be transformed to other forms of energy. So these are the advantages. And disadvantages are we can call as challenges. Why? Because this type of energy is very much important compared to burning the fossil fuels. Always, if there are any cons, we have to look into, and we can take as research topics, as a previous speaker, Dr. Aparna Ma'am Gauru, has given, like different areas. So these types of areas challenging areas can be taken, and there is a lot of scope for improvement. So initial cost is very high, and also it requires a lot of space. So many acres of land. If you want to some solar plant, so a lot of free space should be there. It is a weather dependent. So like cloudy and rainy days, the efficiency will be less. So we can produce solar energy, but efficiency will be less. And so like storage is expensive. Why? Because so during night time we may not get the solar energy, but so if we have to store it, so if the solar plant is away from the city, mostly like unused space, abundant space, which will be far away from the cities. So from that, the transmission should be done to the cities. So for that, the transmission lines or all those things should be there, and also battery storage banks should be there. And this produces DC current. So DC current, the equipment which run on DC current are mostly expensive, but always there is a research that can be done. So how we can make use of the DC current very effectively. And this is like a small disadvantage we can take. So toxic materials and hazardous products used for manufacturing this solar photovoltaic cells may indirectly affect the environment. Like once we are not using this solar photovoltaic cells, we have to dump somewhere. So that is an indirect like affecting the environment. However, solar energy pollutes far less than other sources like burning fossil fuels. And here we can see the list of some of the important solar power plants in India, like Bhadra Solar Park in Jodhpur. So it is like 2,250 megawatts and 14,000 acres. And Pavgada solar plant in Karnataka, 2,050 megawatts. And Karnool ultra mega solar plant, 1,000 megawatts. And area, it is 5,932 acres. Reva ultra mega power plant like Reva, Madhya Pradesh, 750 megawatt. And Kamuti solar power plant, Ramanathapuram district, Tamil Nadu, 648 megawatts, and 2,500 acres is the area. And there are many other solar plants. These are like some of the important or high capacity power generation solar plants or solar parks. And coming to the next form of energy, it is wind energy. Wind power or wind energy is mostly the use of wind turbines to generate electricity. So electricity obtained from harnessing the wind with windmills or wind turbines. So before we go further, so we will see what is wind and how wind energy we can make use of like converting into electricity. So why wind comes? So when there is a sunlight, if you take sunlight, if any area has more sunlight and any other area having relatively less sunlight, so that area which is having more sunlight or sun radiation will get heated up, and all the air in that region will get evaporated, and there will be a low pressure area created. And the area which is relatively less hotter, so it will have high pressure, and the air from the high pressure area will pass to the low pressure area. So like even if we take seashores, so like in the daytime, so like land gets heated up and the air on the land will be evaporated, low pressure area is created in the daytime. So air will flow from the sea towards the land, and in the night time, so air will flow from land to sea. So like if in these places where there is more air that is flowing, so with high velocities, we can install wind turbines. You can see the wind turbines here in this picture. So these are like huge wind turbines with the blades which can produce more electricity. So the functioning is like when the wind flows through this blade, the wind turbine will rotate, and this wind turbine will be connected to a generator. So like in that generator, when these blades rotate, so like in the generator, so there will be current produced, and this current can be used effectively. So like advantages, this wind power is cost effective. Commissioning wind power plants will create more jobs. Wind energy enables industrial growth. So wind does not pollute air like power plants that rely on fossil fuels. It's a sustainable form of energy. It can be built on existing forms. So this, if you have a field, if you have a agriculture land where there is more wind source, so we can install this wind farms, or on the hilltops or on the seashores where there is more wind flowing. So these wind turbines can be installed. So challenges in wind energy. So electricity cannot be produced continuously. So like solar, here also we cannot get electricity continuously all the time. So there will be a chances where there will be wind very flowing less with less velocities. So at the time there will be interruptions, and good land-based wind sites will be located away from the cities. So here also the same. So the sources where wind energy is high, so their consumption will be less, but where in the cities consumption will be high. So this has to be transferred. So the transportation should be done. And also there is a noise problem for the people living in this proximity of wind turbine. So this is like a research area. If this noise is reduced, so if the wind turbines can be redesigned so that considerably less effect. So there is a scope for improvement in this. And also like for birds, bats, which are creatures which are flying, or if they hit them, so there is a chance that they may not survive. So here also these are like some challenges which we can overcome this and make use of the wind energy very effectively. And these are the major wind power producing facilities in India. Muppandal wind farm, it is in Kanyakumari district, Tamil Nadu, 2,255 megawatts. And Jaisalmer Wind Park, it is in Jaisalmer district, Rajasthan, 1064 megawatts. And Brahmavel Wind Farm, Maharashtra, Dhalagon Wind Farm, Sangli, Maharashtra. So these are all the various wind producing facilities and top wind producing facilities in our country. And hydro energy. So hydro energy is also called as hydroelectric energy or hydroelectricity. So here the power of water in motion is harnessed to generate electricity. So hydropower is an alternate fossil fuels, and it does not directly produce carbon dioxide or atmospheric pollutants. It provides relatively consistent source of power. So compared to other two sources like solar energy and wind energy, so they were not like consistent. Whenever there is a sunlight at the time, power is more, and also whenever there is a wind flow high at the time, only power is more. Other cases the efficiency is less, but whereas in hydropower energy, it is consistent all the time. You can generate electricity as long as there is the sufficient level of water in the reservoir. We can generate electricity. So you can see the schematic of hydroelectric power generation. So usually this hydroelectric power is generated with dams. So we construct dams on the rivers. So we will stop the natural flow of water. We will accumulate them, and we will allow the water to flow through a channel and also through a generator. So here in this schematic, you can see if this water is allowed to go through this penstock, and there is a generator here, and this generator will have a turbine blades. Most of the energy producing sources will have a turbine, a rotating turbine. If the rotating turbine blades are rotated, then the generator also, the coil inside the generator will rotate and electricity is produced. Other cases also like wind energy, it is similar. So most of the cases we have turbine, so which is connected to a generator. So this turbine will rotate with the high velocities, and there will be a powerhouse, and with this powerhouse the electricity will be generated, and through the transformers, so you can supply to the cities, industries, or whatever the human needs nearby to that dam, hydroelectric dam can be used, consumed. So this is about hydroelectric power. So advantages are hydroelectric power is classified as a renewable energy source. It is powered by water, and water is naturally replenishing resource. So by the way we are consuming, so immediately, so it is replenished. So why? Because plenty of water is abundant, and if we make use of it effectively, and we can produce more hydroelectric power, and we can reduce the consumption of fossil fuels. So it does not emit carbon dioxide during the power generation. Hydraulic power is a domestic source of energy, allowing each state to produce its own energy. So like without depending on other sources or reliant on international fuel sources, so each state can produce its own energy if proper facilities are available. So hydropower provides benefits beyond electricity generation by providing flood control, like irrigation support and clean drinking water. Like with the help of dams, there are also other advantages like irrigation, clean drinking water can be done, and flood also can be controlled. So disadvantages like interruptions in natural flow of water can have impact on river ecosystem. So in that river ecosystem, when the dam is being constructed, or if we are constructing a dam, so natural ecosystem slightly gets affected, but compared to like other sources of energy production, so this hydro power energy is more like sustainable. So it is always to have more hydropower energy. So huge capital investment while construction and commissioning. So it is like well known, like when we are constructing a dam, it takes more years, and also capital investment is high. Might cause conflicts. These conflicts are like between two regions, so like between two boundaries. This when natural flow of water is stopped, so it is like conflicts, but they can be resolved. So main downsides of setting up hydropower plants is risk of local droughts, risk of floods in lower elevations, and concerns about safety of dam for a population located near. So these are like small concerns. So like safety of dam, all those things. And these are the major like a top list of top facilities like hydroelectric power plants, Tehri hydropower complex. So it is in Uttarakhand. So 2,400 megawatt. Konya hydroelectric plant. It is in Konya River. 1960, 1960 megawatt, and Srisailam Dam. So it is in Srisailam district, Kurnool, and Domalpenta, Nagar Kurnool district, Telangana. So 1670 megawatts. And these are the other major 5 hydroelectric plants that we are having in our country. There are many others. So these are like few important that we are having. And geothermal energy. So geothermal energy, it is like heat energy extracted from inside the earth from hot water and steam. So we all know like earth, a lot of heat is produced inside the earth due to the decay of radioactive materials inside the earth. So it is not at all places, but at certain geographically specific locations. So this radioactive, because of decay of radioactive materials, so heat will be produced. So if that heat can be used to produce steam. So you can see a generation, so schematic of electricity generation through a geothermal heat. So there is a geothermal plant and holes were drilled so that cold water is pumped inside the region where there is heat. This heat will increase the temperature of the cold water, convert it into steam, and this steam will come out with a high pressure. So like this pressurized steam can be used to run the turbine. So like turbine will be rotating and power generation can be done. So this is a geothermal energy. So there is a lot of scope for utilizing this geothermal energy, and also these are the advantages. So geothermal energy is more environmental friendly and renewable source of energy. Carbon footprint in geothermal plant is low. It is reliable source of energy. Electricity can be generated from it anytime. So geothermal energy is natural occurring resource. There is no fuel required. So here also, this is you can do continuously. You can produce electricity all the time. So as long as you are pumping the cold water and it is getting heated, so you can produce a huge amount of electricity with this geothermal energy by having a geothermal plants. And this disadvantages, or like we can call challenges. So this is like a specific location specific. At certain locations only you can have this geothermal plants. Although geothermal energy does not typically release greenhouse gases, there are many of these gases stored inside the earth's surface. Like when we are drilling, so some of the gases which are in the earth's surface, they may get released into the atmosphere. So geothermal energy also runs the risk of triggering earthquakes. So sometimes, so natural earth, if we are disturbing it, so there can be a chance of earthquake and huge initial investment. So it is all depending on how much energy we can produce and what is the consumption of that. So based on that, these decisions will be taken, like where the geothermal energy plants can be installed and commissioned. So biomass energy. So biomass energy is plant-based material used as fuel to produce heat or electricity. So like some of the biomaterial, so instead of burning fossil fuels, so the bio waste, so agricultural waste, plant waste, or food waste, which will emit less carbon footprint, can be used in the power plants. So here, so if the carbon dioxide, so plants will take the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and when you are burning, so there is the carbon dioxide which is emitted into the atmosphere will be less compared to that of fossil fuels. So like stored carbon dioxide we are burning and releasing into the atmosphere. So like this biomass energy, so there will be amount of this one carbon dioxide that will be released into the atmosphere, but it is very less comparatively. So there is a lot of regulations so that are coming up to use this bioenergy. So examples of biomass are wood residues, energy crops, agricultural residues, waste from industries, farms, and households. So completely there will be a production of this biomass. So like in agricultural fields, so this biomass will be produced. So and it is converted to used for power plants for burning and converting and making into electricity. So pros of bioenergy is like biomass is widely available, renewable source of energy. Biomass production adds a revenue source for manufacturers, like whoever are producing, it will add revenue source. By burning solid waste, the amount of garbage dumped in landfills is reduced. So here, so we are burning some solid waste. So instead of dumping the solid waste in the landfills, so the useful solid waste which can be which can be made into biomass, or which are biomass things can be burnt in biomass power plants, and electricity can be produced. So producers of waste can add value by challenging their garbage to create more profitable. So in the garbage, so whatever the things which can be used as biomass can be separated, so by which the landfill dumping space can be reduced. So and cons of bioenergy is there is a risk of deforestation, right? Because wood is one of the source of biomass. So not now, in future, if people start to take the wood for as it is an input for biomass, so it is a con for this. And so there is a lot of scope for improving the efficiency of this biomass and use effectively. And biofuel energy. So biofuels are transportation fuels such as ethanol, biomass based diesel fuel. So these are made from biomass. The fuels are usually blended with petroleum fuel. So fossil fuels, this biofuel is blended and it is made use. So like ethanol, biodiesel, green diesel, biogas, these are the examples of biofuels. So automobiles, so this blended with gasoline, so they can be used for automobiles. So biofuels not only help a struggling economy by providing jobs, but also helps in reducing the greenhouse gases up to much extent. So compared to fossil fuels, so depending on fossil fuels, we can switch on to biofuel, with which this carbon footprint can be reduced. So these are the benefits. It is a renewable form of energy. So it is a clean, low levels of greenhouse gases are emitted. Here also gases are emitted, but they are low. So improved utilization of land and waste, reduction in landfill sites, large number of sources and available for production of biofuels. So these are the advantages. So like disadvantages, so biodiversity loss as land consumption pattern changes. Like if the land consumption for producing this biomass, so the patterns will be changed, so diversity will be changed. And deforestation, there is a chance of deforestation can cause prices of simple crops to increase due to decreased availability of land. If most of the land is used for this producing biomass, so for regular agriculture land, there will be a scarcity, but always, so all the land can be optimized and used. So these are the various forms of green energy we have discussed till now. So solar energy, wind energy, hydropower energy, geothermal energy, bioenergy, and biofuel energy. So there is a lot of scope in each of the green energy sources to improve its efficiency and make use of them effectively, by which we can reduce the consumption of fossil fuels and reduce the carbon footprint. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakradhar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you
Yeah.
screen sharing, sir?
No, I
Yes.
think you have anything, you just and then conclude this because it's a lunchtime, I think. No? Or I don't know, next speaker is there.
Yes, sir.
Is it continuation, sir?
Yeah, continuing. There is no break.
Okay. I think it's already little minutes are already overlapped are there.
Yes,
So,
sir.
okay. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the four speakers who have excellently spoke on different aspects of environment and climate change that is impacting not only human beings, but also the environment, animals, and all flora, fauna. The nature is being impacted, and we see a lot of uh, human-made disasters. In fact, there are no natural disasters now. All are human-made disasters due to our lifestyle or our practices. Definitely, there is a need to shift to the sustainable development and sustainable clean green energy sources to meet our requirements. So definitely, I think these deliberations have motivated and given insights to our participants on various aspects of research that can be taken up. And you know that this webinar is also organized being as part of International Conference on Social Work and Sciences towards One Health and Sustainable Development. We have been organizing various events on sustainable development to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. As part of that, we have been organizing various events online and offline to bring awareness and to create impact on going more towards sustainable development. So thank you, sir. Shri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, President, Pure Earth Foundation, and Dr. Jayachandra Garu, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation, Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, Advisor, Center for Innovation Public Systems, and also Dr. M. Aparna Garu, Associate Professor of Mathematics, G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, and also Dr. D. Chakradhar Garu, Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad, for actively joining us and participating and disseminating information related to environment and climate change and various aspects of research. And we thank you once again for joining us and making this day more wonderful and more initiative towards clean, green, and sustainable environment. Thank you, sir, once again, all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Actually, it was supposed to be at the end of the day, but as
Yeah.
we were leaving, so I had to express my token of gratitude to all the four speakers, sir. Thank you, sir. If time permits, kindly
Thank you, sir.
continue to.
Sure. Yeah. We will also take part in the 4 afternoon sessions. Sure.
Thank you, sir. And we will be sharing your presentation certificates through Jayachandra, sir. And otherwise,
yes, sir. I have sent my presentation to your email ID, sir. Maybe if some of the participants want to, please share. Nothing.
Yes, sir. That is very useful. Even if other presenters can also share, that would be very useful.
I will ask them to send it to.
Okay, sir. Thank you once again, all presented speakers, for your wonderful deliberations.
Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Srimati Aparna Rajhans Garu, Head of the Department, Associate Professor of Sanskrit and NSS Program Officer, Department of Second Languages, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad, to deliver her session on importance of environment and nature, protection and conservation in Indian scriptures. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Welcome to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Ravindra, sir, once again. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with some benediction to Mother Earth. Om Swasti Prajabhyah Paripalayantam Nyayena Margena Mahim Mahisha Go Brahmanebhyah Shubhamastu Nityam Lokaha Samastaha Sukhino Bhavantu. May the beings be sustained with auspiciousness. May the king rule the country following the law of dharma and justice. The auspicious cows and Brahmins bring auspiciousness to all always. May the world of men be the abode of all comforts. Kale varshatu parjanyah prithvi sasyashalini deshoyam kshobarahitah brahmanaha santu nirbhayaha. May the rains be sufficient and in time, and the Mother Earth be fertile enough to sustain her children with plenty of food and drinks. May the country be free from miseries, and the Brahmanas and noble persons live without fear and free from necessities. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. May all people enjoy the life of sufficiency and all wise persons be free from sorrow. May all be good with all and may miseries never arise. Environment encompasses everything around us, both biotic and abiotic. The ecological sphere is dynamic, leading to climate patterns, health and weather changes, etc., over which human mind has neither control nor complete understanding. Humans form a very small component of the ecosystem. One cardinal principle is that human beings must occupy the space and use the resources genuinely appropriated to them and not interfere with other components of the ecosystem. It is true that humans have life system superior to all other living species, flora and fauna, but life exists in the environment and not in an individual. Environment is life, and ethics forbid humans to interfere with the natural balance of environment and its dynamics. The spiritual, that is Vedic way of life, advocated by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita as given below, is an imperative milestone to follow. Ya shastra vidimutrujya vartate kamakaratah na sa siddhim vapnoti na sukham na param gatim. Tasmat shastram pramanam te karya karya vyavasthitau ज्ञात्वा शास्त्र विधानोक्तम कर्म कर्तुमिहार्हसि. Arthat, he who, casting aside the ordinances of the scriptures, acts on impulse of desires, attains not perfection, nor happiness, nor the supreme goal. Therefore, let the scriptures be your authority in deciding what ought to be done and what ought not to be done. Having known what is said in the ordinance of the scriptures, you should act here. This is from the Bhagavad Gita, 16th chapter, verse number 23 and 24. The Indian philosophy, or any branch, and the traditional life point out to the concept that the human being is part and parcel of the universe that comprises the animates and inanimates. That is, the universe as such is dichotomous in its form as Chit and Achit. Chit is further divided into 4 groups, namely Sura, Nara, Tiryaka, and Sthavar. The divine, the human beings, the flora, and the fauna. The first 3 are different from the last as they possess mobility in opposition to its static position. The human being is positioned at the top of this ladder of creation, but it does not mean that he is different from the others. He, along with other creations, undergoes the 6 stages of becoming, that is, genesis, existence, alteration, growth, and decay, and destruction, as evinced by Nirukta. Shad bhava vikaraha bhavanti iti varshayani. Jayate, asti, viparinamate, vardhate, apakshiyate, vinashyati iti. The Vedantic term samsara, that is metempsychosis, ensures the oneness of all creations under the eye of the Supreme Lord. The Rig Veda treated the earth as mother and the sky as the father, as per the following verse. Dyaurva pitaha prithivi mata. The present and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, including the second wave, has impacted every sphere of human life and the global economy. Due to the unusual outbreak of COVID-19, almost every big and small city and village in the affected areas is under partial or total lockdown for a long period of time, ranging from a few weeks up to a few months. The major sectors contributing to air pollution are transport, industries, power plants, construction activities, biomass burning, road dust resuspension, and residential activities. Under the nationwide lockdown, all transport service roads, air and rail were suspended, with exceptions for essential services. Educational institutions, industrial establishments, and hospitality services were also suspended. As a result, air quality improved, and it has been seen and noted in many towns and cities, not only across India, but the world. Environmental changes witnessed the economic shutdown under the COVID-19 pandemic has had 2 monumental impacts on our environment. It has improved our air and water quality dramatically and slashed our material consumption, water usage, and waste production. Concentration of particulate matter, that is PM, and nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide emission reduced significantly, according to a Central Pollution Control Board analysis of 115 Indian cities. The CPCB monitored the cities between March 16 and April 15, 2021. The air quality index of 78% cities was good and satisfactory during lockdown as compared to 44% cities in the pre-lockdown phase. The drop could be attributed to restricted vehicle movements, halt on construction activities, less road dust resuspension, and a curve on industrial activities, according to CVCP. Lord Krishna condemned water pollution and the acts of destroying trees some 5,000 years back. Lord Krishna said, In this forest, because the Gopikas have unduly cut the trees and grass, the number of plants and varieties have diminished. The dry sticks and grass are not available as before. The forests, which were dense, have become scarce. Due to this, the villages turned into a town. We can thrive on this earth only when we walk about right on the earth. Our ancestors understood the principle that nature of the earth from time immemorial. They did not perform any deed to disturb the ecological balance. Plants are our life givers. We have to protect them like our children. One of the hymns in Atharva Ved says, Sam samstravantu sindhavaha samvataha sampatitrinaha. We should let the rivers flow freely without polluting them so that we do not kill the birds and animals which depend on the rivers. The Puranas too have documented the means for the protection of environment. The Matsya Puran and the Padma Puran mentioned the celebration of a festival of the trees. The Vishnu Dharmottara Puran explained the lakes and wells should be dug, and it also detailed the benefits that will accrue. It also explained that whatever benefits a person gets by begetting a son can be obtained by planting a tree. The Puranas gave the same importance to small plants like Tulasi as to the big plants like the peepal or Ashwatha. They also glorified the mountains, rivers, forests, creepers, animals and birds which dwell in the Bharat Khanda of the Bharatvarsha, which is a part of the Jambudvi. Paropakaraya vahanti nadyah, paropakaraya phalanti vrukshaha, paropakaraya duhanti gavaha, paropakararthamidam shariram. The rivers flow, the trees produce fruits, the cows give milk, all for helping others, and similarly, our body is for the sake of helping others. Following are some of the important hymns of the Rig Veda pertaining to the environmental protection. I will translate them directly for you. May the breeze blow gently and sweetly. May the rivers give water that give health. May the Yava grains and the medicinal herbs be beneficial to us. May they give us comfort during day and night. May the fragrance in the soil be sweet. May the sky, like the Father, give us comfort without causing floods and droughts. May the trees bear tasty fruits. May the sun give us comfort without severe heat. May the cows give us life-giving milk. O great and respectable rivers Saraswati, Sindhu, and Sharayu, please come to protect us. O river goddesses, kindly give us, with us, share the motherly love, sweet, nutrient-rich water which gives us strength. There are hymns about medicinal plants as well. They are also revered as mother as they give nutrition just like a mother nourishes her child. Just like many kings meet in the battle with medicines comes to the physicians called Bhishak. He relieves them from pain and other ailments. O medicinal plants, please drive away the disease spread in the glands and every other organ of the patient just like a strong wind. And it also mentions the Puranas about the adoption of trees. Adoption of children is commonly known, but adoption of trees and thereby protecting the environment is seen in the Puranas. This process is known as Taruputraka, by which one attains heavenly abode as told by the Shiva Puran. A sensitive and natural person sees himself or herself as part of a wider scheme of creation in which everything is interdependent. Environmental awareness is understanding the interconnection of all things living in a manner that respects ecological balance. In conclusion, I would like to recite one Shanti mantra. The new normal situation has given us a rare opportunity to step back and assess our impact on the environment. It has made us realize, respect, and appreciate the fragile environment in which we live. As has been stated in our scriptures, before we assume life as usual, we should make our commitment to instill the principles of sustainable development and living in harmony with the nature in our social behavior, lifestyle, and public policy, making to see that our environment is clean and sustainable. It is through Shanti Pathas the sadhak or the student openly prays for requisite qualifications, health, capability, and protection of himself and the teachers, fellow beings, and humanity as a whole. One desires grace from the supernatural power so that the task can go on well without interruption or obstructions. In our tradition, the study of the spiritual literature or scriptures without a Shanti part is improper and not a valid study. Let us pray for the harmony with the universe. Dev Shantir Antariksha Shantihi, Prithvi Shantir Apa Shantihi, Aushadaya Shantihi, Vanaspataya Shantir, Vishwadevaha Shantir, Brahma Shantir, Sarva Shantihi, Shantireva Shantihi, Sama Shantiredhi. Peace of sky, peace of mid-region, peace of earth, peace of waters, peace of plants, peace of trees, peace of all gods, peace of Brahmins, peace of the universe, and peace of the peace. May that peace come to us. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you everyone for your patient listening. Over to you, Ravindra sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving various insights into scriptures which have given due recognition and due importance to nature environment. Since ages, we know that even our sages, forefathers have given due importance to the nature and environment. That's how we have been able to sustain since thousands of years. But now what is happening is the changes which were supposed to take place over thousands of years, we are able to see in just a few hundreds of years, not only few hundreds of years, in just few couple of years. So that is the rate of acceleration that the human race has put on the climate change that is impacting the nature and environment and creating more human-made disasters. I think you have given wonderful insights that we, irrespective of time and age, we all need to conserve the nature and protect the nature and follow
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, like you said, technology owes ecology and apology. We must all learn to respect nature and we should go back to the scriptures so that we can protect our environment. And we always need to remember that we have borrowed the earth from our children, from the next generation. So we cannot take it for granted.
Yes, ma'am. As you rightly said, the benefits of our future generations, and we cannot leave our future generations with. So, as you rightly said, we all need to be more conservative and more preservative. The benefits of nature and environment, which we and our earlier generations enjoyed. Thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us and giving your valuable insights and contribution for the day.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
We will take up any question and answers at the end of the day because we are running out of time. And thanks, ma'am, for the schedule back on time by taking less time. And now I would request our next speaker, MD Habibur Rahman, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Sociology and Social Work, the People's University of Bangladesh, Dhaka, and he is also founder president for Community Social Work Practice and Development Foundation, to take over for a session on prospectus and challenges of social work practice in Bangladesh during COVID-19 era. Sir, unmute yourself. Are you able to present your PPT, sir?
No, sir. It's actually I have no PPT. I'll just share. So can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
All
Welcome,
right.
sir, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
joining.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for such privilege. Actually, I'm very delighted to be here today, and it's my honor to take part, to be the part of this very comprehensive, holistic, very notional seminar, conference, international conference on environment, climate change, green energy, sustainable agriculture, holistic health, sustainable development for pure earth. All the terms actually touched me a lot. To see a livable city, livable earth, we have to look for all these things. But I'll just focus on some issues, of course, prospects and challenges of social work. Definitely, I should focus in my country, Bangladesh. You introduced me, social worker, actually, assistant professor Habibur Rahman. Actually, I love to be introduced as social worker Habibur Rahman. It's my passion. It's my compassion and actually love and affection towards social work. It's my full of heart. So during the COVID, I'm just sharing some history. I know there are so many scholars, academics, researchers, development experts, social workers, social work practitioners, academics and graduates across the world, different parts of India. The situation of social work so far similar found in different provinces of India and even in Bangladesh and some developing countries. We know social work is recognized as a profession. Social work is a practicing profession. Social work is a very, very prestigious profession in developed country, welfare states. But country like Bangladesh, like few areas of India, Nepal, and some developing countries, with a social worker, with the graduates from social work, fighting a lot, striving due to our identity crisis. So in this time, during pandemic, and before the pandemic, I should share some words that in Bangladesh, social work has been started to teach in approximately 57, actually 58 decades and more than 70 years gone. Social work being oriented, social work being nurtured, social work being actually polarized and mushroomed in academic fields, academic disciplines in both public, state-owned universities and private universities. But it touched me sometime when we cannot speak like this. We are a social worker. We can contribute. We have huge potentials to contribute to see a better earth, better world, better community, better agricultural system, better industrial system, sustainable development. Social worker, actually in essence, people working in different other fields, people acting in politics, people contributing to the society well-being, they are actually identifying them as a social worker. Rather, social worker who are supposed to be academic and practicing social worker, they're silent. During pandemic, one thing touched me, and before coming to that point, I should share people are not equally emotional. People are not having equal strength, compassion, care. As I have been graduated from social work, I'm not sure why actually I'm kind of desperate in thinking like this. I cannot tolerate the situation of social work, current state. I always firmly believe, in belief that social work should be professionalized. Social work should be rigorously practiced in community level, root level, grassroots level, in every spheres of life, just to create a better world, to make a livable cities, livable country, livable world. Every corner, every nook and corner, there must have social work intervention. So when I didn't get the answer, why situation of social work in my country as there's such, like people are not aware, government is not aware about practicing social work, professional social work, then actually I start thinking, as I got my degree from social work, why not I cannot be introduced as a social worker? Since 1914, 15, when I could have that possibility and chances to meet global leaders, the then IFSW president, general secretary, ISSW president, APASWI president, global leaders, ICSW, I asked them, what is the definition of social work? Social work is such a practicing scientific method-based profession that deals with person, group, and community, assessing their problems, look at them or guide them towards better and better solution. But is the definition of social work is similar in developed country and non-developed country? Country like Bangladesh, is the definition is same? Because in America, in UK, in Canada, people's stomach is full of food, people are happy, healthy, they have actually all kinds of facilities. So they're just defining social work to just reducing mental health, mental unrest of the people. But in our country, in developing country, where people are suffering with enormous problem, should the definition be same in country like Bangladesh or developing country and developed country? So what kind of intervention IFSW standing to recognize social work or to widen social work among the people, or connect government to people, people to government through social work intervention? So from that time, actually, I became highly motivated. I was trying to find the prospects and challenges of social work practice in my country. I started with my team celebrating World Social Work Day, coming and going people, connecting community organizations. And gradually, as an academician, I supposed to be in the classroom. Normally that's been happening here in my country most of the time. In exception to field work, internship of students, normally we the academician have a mindset not to, please don't take it otherwise. I'm just telling about my country situation. We are not used to connect people, contact people, contract people, so that social work can be practiced. So I just started thinking in a different way. I tried to form a foundation, CBO, that is community-based organization. My foundation name is Community Social Work Practice and Development Foundation. And on the basis, founding that foundation, I've started organizing international conference based on the theme of World Social Work Day. So I try to connect national and international organizations, social workers, local leaders, government high officials, government ministries to connect and root people, just to disseminate them the term social work. Social work is a practicing profession. Social work can be implemented to reduce, to address, redress many problems. I've been trying to address and draw attention of government high officials, ministers, secretaries, just to tell them social work is a professionally practicing discipline. Social work has huge potential to reach the target of SDG 2030 and Bangladesh government's dream to see the country as a developed country by 2041. So I try to address all these issues during the COVID. I try to hold a virtual dialogue that's name is Community Talk. Community Talks is such a familiar, popular virtual dialogue through, this is called YouTube, just to connect people, share people, care people during the COVID situation. And one dialogue from my premier, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and Cabinet Secretary during COVID 2020 May so far, because in Bangladesh, the first case of COVID identified 8 March 2020. After just few weeks, the whole country, like the whole world, became actually kind of imbalanced. People were becoming overwhelmed, finding no other options, no safety, security, no certainty. Then government declared some compensation, incentive, emergency grant for the people, for the garments industry owner, small industry owner, industry worker, farmers. But at the same time, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina declared and asked all the community level organizations. She asked that community organizations should stand beside the people, beside the government to face this crisis. The term touched me a lot. And to be honest, we didn't see many organizations, community organizations, social work organizations, social worker in field, standing beside the people to console them, to give them mental support, logistic support. It touched me. Instantly, inviting my colleagues and volunteers and friends under my leadership, we just come out, stand beside the people. Initially, we try to help them, providing them foods, providing them potatoes, rice, and shamais, wells, many things. But, we have some crisis as a social worker. Definitely, we have some financial limitations. Then I changed my direction. I try to locate for the prospects, what a social worker can do, because I'm not doing social service in a sense. So I changed my direction. I try to use best potential of social workers. I try to connect national and international scholars, practitioners, without any investment, any money, just using my capability, my thoughts towards keeping people vibrate, sharing thoughts, national and international, connecting more people, just to keep them mentally boosted up. We hold virtual dialogue, and more than 80 episodes I have conducted that time during COVID-19. So I do believe we have so many crises. That topic that's been discussed today, that international webinar, conference today, that I'm participating, huge, this is a holistic, and I firmly believe social work and social worker has every potential to address all the issues, all the areas, because social workers best potential is every social worker is a good leader. He has managerial capacity, he has educating capacity, he has connecting capacity, he has a wide collaborating capacity, he has this is called captivating capacity, he can fascinate people, he can mentally boost up and console people. So I try to just connect people to boost them up through sharing and caring process. I believe there are so many challenges, but there are rivers, many potentials. So I do request you, all my friends, colleagues, be first self-determined and self-boosted up, then boost up others. I salute you to organize such a fantastic, holistic, international level collaborative conference. So I do request you, please connect more people, space for more people, and strengthen people, facilitating, sharing their own capacities and capabilities. And I would request you to attend 5th International Conference that is going to be organized by our foundation, Community Social Work Practice and Development Foundation. Actually, I'm the founder of this foundation, and currently I'm working as an associate professor of the People's University of Bangladesh and head of the department. So please stay connected, and I do request organizer, Dr. Rabindra, please communicate all our esteemed delegates, guests, and participants today's international conference and invite them to join our conference that would be held on 25th to 27th May this year. So I shouldn't take much time, and I didn't prepare any slides because I think you all will be my respected colleagues and speakers will do present many things. So I'll pick up something from them. I'll just deliver and share you. As a social worker, that I do believe we all, those who are here, social worker or other discipline people, we have capacity to contribute for the community, for the society, for the country, and for the globe. To see a pure earth, nature, we have, everybody has individual level actions, duties, responsibilities. So this time, during COVID, and of course post-COVID era, the title of the conference is very holistic, very time fit, very suitable. So I do recognize, I do salute and appreciate the organizer to give me such an opportunity to share my haphazard thought and learn more. I was just listening all of your dialogues from morning, though I was attending few meetings, but I was using phones and I was just getting the voices. I'm very impressed, sir. Thanks again. I shouldn't take much time. If you have any queries to know, not queries, I think if you have any curiosity to know about Bangladesh social work, I can actually focus on this. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. It was really insightful. I mean, got to know about various initiatives that has been taken up in Bangladesh, and we always hear about you in various activities, initiatives, continuously taking up and organizing conferences. Definitely on behalf of organizing committee of international conference and personally, and also on behalf of our brother MD Habibur Rahman, I invite all the international conference participants and speakers also do participate in our upcoming both conferences. One is international conference on social work, and one is Pure Earth conference, environment conference. Do actively participate and all the upcoming conferences. We always have an open heart and open hand and extend our invitation to everyone across the world. Even this international conference also, we have tried our best to communicate to all our fraternity across the world. Like IFSW already is one of the collaborator, and India's oldest social work association, Indian Professional Social Workers Association, is also collaborating with us, and we have all the social work associations, schools, departments also participating. So it's only with the contribution and support of each and every social worker, social work practitioner, social work academician, social work college, institution, university, we are able to organize this second international conference this year, and we will continue to do so. And we always extend our support to our beloved brother Habibur Rahmanji. We will continue to support in whatever capacity we can. Definitely, we are always welcome you, and we always here to extend whatever cooperation from our side in within our capacity. And thank you for sharing wonderful insights about Bangladesh conception of social
you,
work.
sir.
And we congratulate you, sir, and we wish you
Thank you,
all
sir.
the success in all your future endeavors.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your valuable time and taking the efforts to join us and making this webinar more wonderful and adding to the conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof. I beg apology. Actually, I will be in outing for a study tour with my students tomorrow. So we have preparation meeting today. I beg pardon. May I leave now, sir?
Now, thank you once again, sir. Now I would like to invite our next speaker. Dr. Daman Queen, Assistant Professor and Head, PG Department of Social Work, Madras School of Social Work, Chennai, to deliver her session on social work with children in difficult times. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you for your session. Hope you can unmute yourself and present.
All right. Very good afternoon to all present here. Am I audible and is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. So before I begin with the session, I would like to congratulate the participants for organizing such a beautiful session marking World Social Work. So this entire month is of commemorating World Social Work Day. and a plethora of good speakers from different, academic backgrounds, from different field experience, and especially on a weekend. So it is a food for thought. So I would appreciate the organizers for taking commitment in organizing that such a webinar like this. Right. My session, I will not take time. I know that we are behind the schedule. So the organizers has informed me as well. So I'll be quickly discussing about the well-being of children. So the topic is on about children in difficult circumstances. When you look at the children in difficult circumstances, there is a category of children where UNICEF categorized that these are the children who are in difficult circumstances. Example, child beggary, children with trafficked children, child labor, all of this. But when you look at this during the time of pandemic, invariably every child has become children with difficult circumstances because of the unusual circumstance they have to face. If I look at in my presentation, I'll be covering about, how do you understand the emotional needs or what is the well-being of the children, and slowly giving a quick, in social work, we call that as an interventions, considering the fact that there are a lot of non-social work background or other general professions are there. So I'll give you a quick way to deal with the children when you meet they are in distress. By looking at the children, some of the children's or the challenges they faced during this pandemic, or it started in 19, so it is continuing on and off. So the plethora of crises that they experience. Number one, when you look at that, the change itself is very new to them. The change which is unexpected by the children. We look at any children would love to hang around, roam around, play. Restricting them in one place is invariably no child likes that. So that's not the nature of the child. So when you look at the changes in their routine, so that has been taken place because having no restrictions in their movement, telling them about the physical distance, asking them to wear mask, sanitize. So these are, maybe it might be for an adult, might be the new normal is so easy for them to accept. For a children, any way of disciplining them is very difficult for them. Number two, when you look at, there is a break in the continuing of learning. This is affecting majority of the children who go to the schools, any aspects, so when they stop going to the school, we have brought in this, the academia has brought in or introduced this virtual learning, which again is adding more stress on the children, like making them sit, there is nobody around, but they have to look into the videos technically. So there's a lot of physical strain that they have, the psychological strain that they have. So that is another burden that they have. Number three, when you look at, children usually love to go around, go for participate in some religious festival. They wanted to be part of some celebration, some vacation plans. In the last 2 years and continuing with another year, so children miss so much of significant celebration. So that brings in a very pathetic situation among them. Then beyond all that, when they hear news every day, or when they hear news about someone falling sick in their family, some death in the family, or they look at the news about what is happening around the world, that brings in, instills a lot of fear among them. Because as an adult, we discuss with others, children doesn't discuss much, or they, it seems like they don't take much insight, but they tend to get into a lot of fear because of the partial information that gets into it, or the wrong information that gets into it, or they don't take time to clarify it. So a lot of this insecurity feelings can bring in a lot of crisis among the children. When you look at this, this doesn't stop only with the crisis, or just with limiting their happiness. It affects them beyond. The psychological distress is something which gets affected to a greater extent. So children may express psychological distress differently. Some will express it with a fear. Some will express it with so much of panic. Some will just avoid communicating. Some will, they change their own personality. They don't talk to each other. They just go into their off mode. So they express in very different way, unlike the adults, or sometimes similar to the adults. They have a bigger role. The emotions gets disturbed. That's something that you can see in them. So when you look at the basic emotions, say for instance, emotion trends to vary. Sometimes you feel happy, sometimes you feel sad. These are all emotions. It is a state of being, so it keeps changing. But what happens to the children if they're constantly hearing the negativity, if they're constantly being in fear? It has a greater toll on their well-being. Their emotions from being expressing the right or a happy emotion, they go to a very emotion, expressing the emotions which are very sad emotion, expression with grief emotions, which tells them that they are fearful, emotion that express they are uncomfortable. That is high, that can have a greater toll on their well-being. We look at, this is the way that children might think in themselves. I feel alone, I feel insecure, I don't want to trust, I'm scared, nobody cares for me. These are some clues that can come in there. But the word, when say they I am insecure, it has got a lot of meaning behind. All right, so we need to learn when you're working with the children, we need to learn to understand what is the bigger meaning behind the words that they are, or the clues that they are giving. Sometimes the non-verbal communication tells, going to a very site, not communicating with the family, tells them that there's much more thinking, much more grief inside them, or much more depression inside them. So nobody cares for me, which means nobody, both parents, if they are working, or if they are doing some other due to pandemic online teaching, or online work, this is something that gets into my, nobody takes care of me, nobody spends time with me. So everything gets contributes to their well-being. So when you look at that, the emotional needs of the children, especially the most vulnerable, when I say most vulnerable, you're thinking about the children of migrant population, the children who are already victims of child labor, children who are already victims of human trafficking. So these are all the children, also especially greater toll on the children who are on the street, destitute children, because of the pandemic, everything, lockdown has come, and so nobody to take care of them, especially the food, the poverty line. So these are all the major concerns for the children that has been need to look in. While looking at that, there's a greater important in recognizing the psychological distress that needs a very specialized help. All right, so identify. So when you're a parent who working with a child, or if you're a professional working, so these are basic things that I will tell you so that you can work on it. Number one is, when you wanted to understand what is happening with the child, there can be a warning signs that you can look into it. All right, so warning signs are slightly different from the risk factor, so you can identify what is that. Not being a professional, but being a lay person, or being a parent, or being a caregiver, you can easily understand. Check with them what is there. Do they have any problems in sleeping or eating? Is there a sleeping pattern change, routine changed, difficulty in sleeping or eating? That can be monitored. Number two, do they have any nightmares? They wake up, do they, if they scream in the night, or because it could be the fear that has been dragging around for a day, that can be expressed when they were sleeping. Are there sudden change in the behavior, being withdrawn or being very aggressive? So what is happening is a sudden change, or complain of pain in the stomach or headache without any physical reason. Probably they sometimes if they feel very panicking situation, they'll say that I have the pain. So what is that happening with their physical health? Sometimes having fear, just because COVID is associated with fear and cough, even the slight feeling of them, they might think that they will also get the disease, and invariably when they get it, they're going to die. So that kind of a fear can entangle the child, because the child doesn't take much time to come and clarify what is the emotion, because the child he still is in conflict with the emotion that he or she is undergoing. So clinging around or depending behaviors, always want the might be a child, might be very independent child, but due to this pandemic, it might have developed a habit of being very lonely or being fearful. Is there a change in the behavior that has come out? What are the recent fears that the child talks about? Frequently talks about a death, frequently talks about something, or frequently tells about breathing issues. So what is that recently? Is there any change? And then, is there a decreased interest in playing or engaging any playful activity? Is a child very sober, doesn't want to involve in anything? So any subtle changes has to be monitored. So this can help you in understanding the child much better. So when you look at, there is certain ways, as the general population here, participants are here, would like to give you very basic strategies to work on it, and it actually works much better. When you look at that, making a strategic plan for the child. So Sadar, that the empty time, or where whatever the time which is unoccupied, can be potentially used. It can be the play time that is can be organized for the child. It can be a movie time that can be organized with the parents. So what is that? Organizing the day for a child so that the child keeps them busy. Number two, providing an alternative, because we know that there is a when the pandemic is has come in, so there is a restriction in movement. So within the space limit inside, what is an alternative that can be created for the child, so the child doesn't grieve about not able to move out, or grieve about not able to meet friends? What are the other alternatives that can be created for the child? That can be looked in. Number three, safe and restricted access to the gadget. As you know that, the safe and the restricted access to the gadget, because now given the fact of gadgets with them, they can be addictive, because as you see that a lot of addiction related games have come in. So is that the children are using it safe? So that has to be looked in. Using very positive discipline, because already there are so many things that are upsetting them. So pandemic, mindfulnessly using them with a positive discipline, I think that's very important. And the last is, being understanding and acknowledging their emotion. When the child says that I'm fearful, the child is actually fearful. Never ignore any emotion that the child express. When the child says that feeling alone, or child says that need someone to be with them, I think that has to be acknowledged and to be given more importance to that. Taking time to talk with the child. So these are the few things that I wanted to share. And when you look at, these are the three things that can actually help the child who are in stressful events. So number one, listen to the child carefully. Listening itself tells the child that somebody is there and they can listen to them, and the child feels very safe in sharing. Number two, comforting them. So after listening to that, it can be one child can understand stories much better, telling them the stories of positive moves, singing for them, some me time for the child, teaching them some me time for the time, or self-care time for the child. Number three is reassuring them. So you listen to what is their emotion, then comfort them. Third is you finish with the reassurance that if the child is expressing with the fear, listen to them, comfort them with the positive stories, comfort them with people who are resilient after affected by COVID or after being in the pandemic, and then also reassure that. So this is how you work with the children. So I'm not going to take much time. So if there are any questions, I would be happy to respond. One thing we should understand that one of the worst affected age group in this pandemic is the children invariably. So there's a greater need to work with the children so that they have a very safe and a very happy environment, and they grow very positively, because they are the asset for the next generation. So we need to take care of them. Thank you. So I appreciate again for the organizers for giving me time to share about this. And as the social work team, this time is we co-build and we leave no one behind. Let's not leave any child behind. It can be child in any kind of a distressed child, can be in a vulnerable situation. So we need very important aspect to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are you done with the presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful insights into various aspects of children, especially in the COVID time and the various challenges faced. Thank you for your valuable time, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to invite our next speaker. Professor Dr. Parshuram, Professor, Tumkuru University, Karnataka, to kindly deliver his session on women as change agent. Parshuram, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My dear colleague, Professor Ravindra RM, and the other colleague, Dr. Mary Florence, and all participants present over here. At the outset, let me wish you all a very wonderful social work day celebrations. And hopefully, social work is a profession which definitely retain the sanctity and also the only post which can be expecting helpful to the government and the community. And congratulating the organizers, Professor Ravindra and Madam Mary. So their commitment towards engaging the social work educators and social work students, including practitioners, is much appreciated. And this is the evidence that today, with all Sunday, when everybody wants to be on rest, so my colleagues, they are engaging completely around 45 people who are from social fraternity and discussing some issues which can be helpful to the community at a greater extent. And the issue in the sense, the topic which has been taken for the discussion and the deliberations are much appreciated, and majorly it is about sustainability. And when you look at the sustainable goals, so we have a lot of contents which has to be discussed and addressed at the global level and also at the Indian content. Friends, my topic is particularly about a woman as a change agent, and the reason for this is to see that at the greater stage, so we have a lot of content to be discussed. The reason is that one is the women population comprising the population. It runs around 49 to 51%. Okay, so and if you take at the literacy point of view, during 1947, when India got freedom, that time the Indian literacy was around 18 to 19% or 17 to 19%. So from that point of view, so now we have grown up to such extent that the literacy rate is reaching around 84% individually, and the gender gap is also successfully going to be matched with limited options what we have. But my question is that, so are we growing or are we changing? Okay, so the only content what we bothered is that the literacy rate has increased, but whether that literacy rate alone itself is sufficient for us to discuss from many point of view. We may climb 100% literacy rate one fine day. So now gone are the days when we focus on literacy because we are in 21st particularly, so crossing more than 85% of literacy. Now our focus should be changed that the concept of sustainability to be linked with the concept of change, with the concept of empowerment. So once again, empowerment also the things which definitely lead to question of economic empowerment, social empowerment, and political empowerment. Okay, if you look at the concept of empowerment, concept of sustainability, concept of literacy, and the population what we have, which comprise of around 49 to 51%. So till day we could see one woman prime minister and few Lok Sabha speaker and maybe countable chief ministers, and a number of presidents in political parties, and a few women ministers. And if you look at the state ministers, only women and child welfare ministry is reserved only for women. So these are the things what normally we have to be raised. Whether the women are allowed with all their political participation, whether women are recognized with the status what exactly is defined as per the constitution, as per the other subject of the policy. So if you take out the price of population 49 to 51 and the number of successful women who could become in political participation, economic participation, and even we could see the present IAS, IPS options is much growing. But my worry or my concern is that the comprise of population and the success rate what we are worrying is not that good. This is one point of my discussion. Second point is that women in managerial position, preferably at hierarchical level, is also very much limited. And recently, if you could see, the Conference of Indian just released a report indicating that women comprise only 16% of junior managers, 4% of middle managers and senior managers, and mere 1% of organizational leaders. 1% of organizational leaders. So let us break the level of understanding. Okay, so from first standard to PUC, women get the same no option for education, and from second PUC, so they have equal opportunity to come out. And if you look at higher education, then we can see the difference that hardly out of 100, only 24 are coming for higher education in general, not from the gender. In general, 24 to 30% of what you can see higher education enrollment or GER, it can be observed. So there itself, after graduation, we have 70% of dropout. And if you could see in that 70%, only 30% will comprise for higher education. In that 30% who got qualified, so in that only 16% of them will be identified as junior managers, middle level managers, and 1% of organized leaders. That means 49 to 51% of the women population which comprise in India could contribute only 1% of organization leaders. So this is what my question is about sustainability, particularly about the concept of women empowerment, the concept of education, and the concept of employment. Okay, are we happy only with the mere job, what exactly defined as per the Minimum Wages Act? Or we are happy with only the percentage of reservation which has been assigned? But what exactly is the sustainability above all these policy matters? Okay, so normally we speak about the glass ceiling effect whenever we see. So there are a good number of women employed in industries and good number of women employed in garment industries. But wherever we go, so we are just labeling the glass ceiling effect. Okay, so glass ceiling effect, what are the issues which have been running around the glass ceiling effect? So why we could not break the glass ceiling effect, and why the organizational leaders or the percentage of organizational leaders could be increased at least for a double digit. Okay, so these are the issues which can be related to sustainability, which can be related to the concept of empowerment. And according to the study of Koshal, for every 100 men, only 2 men will gain administrative and managerial positions in India. Once again, so this is what we can say restricting for 2%. So for that purpose, the concept of education, the concept of employment, the concept of empowerment from sustainability point of view, so we have to be rediscussed. So that is the point what I'm planning to say, that is sustainability in what you can say women empowerment, sustainability in education, sustainability in employment. So these are the things, because the conference type is also on related to the sustainability. So these are the 3 things, sustainability. So let me share one experience of mine when I visited as a NAC team member for one particular college in one north part of India. Okay, that is completely a girls' college, degree college, which has, and which is giving education for around 2,000 girls. Much appreciable, and there is no doubt that they are doing a wonderful job. So for the principal, I asked 3 questions. That is, so what is this total success rate of women? Okay, that means out of 2,000, if you say final year girls are going around 700 to 800, how many of them are going to be employed? How many of them are going for higher education? Okay, so how many of them are going to be dash? That is about, maybe we can claim unemployment. Okay, education, employment, and self-employment. Okay, other than that, we can count it as unemployment. So after 2 days, so even I didn't got the data of last 5 years. That means a girls' college which is educating 2,000 girls on an average academic year. So I was asking only 3 data, that is about the percentage of higher education, percentage of employment, percentage of self-employment, and percentage of unemployment. That means, so we have so much to be invested on women. So we have so much options, and priorities are also given in that. But what exactly, where exactly we are failing? So these are the things which has to be question number 1. Number 2, as per my experience from last 20 years, so the students who come for higher education will comprise around 100, if you say 100%, 50, 51, 52. Sometimes we have taken admission up to 60% of girls are coming out for admissions, and definitely they get a seat. And after that 60%, if I look at the point of employment with the point of placement, so immediate placement they could get. But then the next question is about, so how successfully they are growing up in the job. So with all these successful evidence, what I want to say is that, so there are to be issues which has to be addressed, particularly in the concept of sustainable education for girls, okay, sustainable opportunities for women in employment, okay, sustainable opportunities for self-employment, okay. So if you look at the routine point of view, we could see many women who are street vendors, but we could see very countable women who could be a successful entrepreneur, okay. Government of India and many state governments have done women economic zone. Even in Karnataka also, I propose for women economic zone, okay. So those things may count, but the success rate, and then after success, sustainability is also a big challenge which has to be addressed. So from that point of view, so I mentioned that for a topic like sustainability, so sustainability of women in education, sustainability of employment of women, and sustainability of entrepreneurship in women. So these are the three things to be questioned, and this is the statistics and with my experience what I wanted to mention. Okay, so as I told you in the beginning, change, what we can say, so we are growing. Are we changing? Okay, so we are growing by numbers. So from 10%, 20% literacy, we have come up to 89%. So growing and changing, the concept between growing and changing, we have empowerment, and those are issues to be addressed. So for that purpose, now we want extraordinary result where you want to see that if India is to be at the global ranking in the concept of what I can say per capita income, in the concept of women development index. So in all those ranking, we want to be at the global rank. So here there is a concept where exactly we want to see extraordinary result, and that is because of change. And now everybody is playing in their role. Family is playing its role. Government is playing its role. And now what I want to say is that why women, she herself can't be a change agent, because normally we say being successful women, we want to see ourselves. Okay, so this is the concept of sustainability, what I exactly mean. So if you want to see women in a successful position, we want to see women herself is a person who will be behind all the success. Now extending their support. So how can she be a change agent? So how can she take her family? How can she take her friends? How can she take her colleagues? How can she take her relatives in the process of change? So here normally in the change agents, what we could see is about change agents normally apply transformational leadership. Okay, now in the question of sustainability, so we want to apply women, so transformational leadership. So transformational leadership is also one thing what exactly we want to see. So in colleges we see there are many good teachers, women teachers, so we teach, but when the concept of transformation, so how they are doing hand-holding for the girl students, how they are raising the issue of a girl student in the concept, how they are raising the girls for the placement of employment. Okay, so like that we want to see girls as a change agents, particularly applying transformation leadership. Okay, so help to develop a vision. Okay, any girl, if she want to be a change agent in the campus, okay, so how she is developing the vision that after getting education where she want to be, and how she is communicating that vision to the family. So whenever we get the students back to campus, either for getting the convocation or getting the marks cards, normally I say, what is your present status? She will say that, sir, last 2 years I worked, so this year I got married and my husband is not allowing. Okay, so having after 17 years of successful graduation and having this many professional education in the hand, so finally one person will defeat her vision. Okay, so how she is developing the vision, so how she is communicating the vision that she want to be on the placement, she want to be on employment, or she want to be an entrepreneur. So communicating the vision to the person of her responsibility, to the family of her belongings, or the person who is going to take care. So these are the issues which have been normally employed in transformational leadership. So normally a girl, woman change agent, she should think that she will develop the vision and she will communicate the vision and act consistently with the vision. If she decide that, see, all these years we are suffering. So last week I had interaction with the MBA students. I raised two issues, which is more dangerous. Okay, so I wanted to say, I wanted to get a rating by telling that which is more dangerous, poverty, whether poverty is more dangerous or the failure is more dangerous. Okay, so we will believe it or not, 90% of students voted that poverty is dangerous. Okay, so if you want to come out from the vicious cycle of poverty, so how consistently she is acting for that. Okay, so how consistently she is building the commitment for that vision. So those things can be taken as a concept of transformational leadership. And when woman or girl is acting, or when she has to act as a change agent, So transformation leadership and completely helping to develop the vision, communicating the vision, and acting consistently on the vision and building commitment to the vision what she want to be, whether it can be in the place of employment, whether it can be place of entrepreneurship, or if she want to process higher education. So these are the things what normally we expect from a change agent, particularly transformation leadership. And normally any change agent, if you want to see, normally education is not a subject now. So now the question is that how she herself is participating or how herself is involving in these activities. Okay, so whenever we see, so we don't take participation in any of the activities, because so she's tagged with many labels, because family members will not allow, sometimes our friends herself will not allow them to make in the process of participation. So making her to participate and making more than making participation, involvement in the issue. Okay, so in the issue of concept, see, we are looking at many social issues which are been tagged behind her. So how much of the participation or how much of involvement she has been taken in the issue, and how she is seriously involved in that. So those are the things which is to be discussed. And facilitation and support. So how she will facilitate, how she will support the members of the family or her friends or her relatives. Okay, so normally I come from a family where I belong to a first generation of higher education. So my vision is that not only me to be get into higher education, so I should have some handholding to my relatives, my brothers, my sisters, to bring them to the mainstream of the society by doing some facilitation and by doing some support. Okay, so like that, the change agent skill might be related to the facilitation, support, and how do you negotiate with the problem. Okay, so it is not about the compromising. Normally we use the word called compromise. Okay, compromise sometimes will be successful, so it may not create a win-win situation all the time, but negotiation and agreement between the parties. Okay, maybe the girl and boy, maybe the husband and wife, maybe the parent and the daughter. So there, the negotiation and agreement, these are the issues to be discussed. Okay, so how we are going to negotiate with the parents, how we are going to negotiate with the family, how we are bonding our agreement of employment, how we are bonding our agreement of per capita income inside the family. Okay, and also we think about motivational skills. Our system is such a system that right from school days, we have made our students to shut them out. Okay, so when they come for higher education, when they come for graduation, if you say that you have any doubt, definitely we get one answer, that is no doubt. That means, so we have stopped them to raise the queries, we have stopped them not to open their mouth. So in the same sense, preferably girl students, they have lost the race, preferably in asking the scientific issues by questioning the system. So like that, if you want to be a change agent, or if you want to see something in change, so motivational skills among women and girls or a change agent is very much important. Okay, so like that, team building skill. Whenever we look at the concepts, so whenever we look at about the group dynamics, normally, so women face a troublesome role in being in the part of the group. So in group dynamics also, we see she will be suffering, and the same thing continues in the job. Whenever she is placed in the job, whenever she is placed in the role of business or entrepreneurship, so she will be lost, because team building skill is very much important in her. What she will do that, she will compromise or she will negotiate with the what I can say, dominance of the person. So for that purpose, developing the team building skill, and the important subject is that how influencing she is and how inspiring she is. Okay, so any influence inside the classroom, so or to our friends, or to our colleagues, or to our family, so how influencing and how inspiring she is. So these are the skills normally what we are expecting from a change agent. That is about education. Getting education is one point of time, so getting employment is another point of time. So after getting employment, so how she is successful in participation or involvement, how successful she is in facilitation and support, how successful she is in negotiation and agreement, how our motivation skills are leveled, and how successful she is in building the team or participating in the team, and how successful she is in influencing and inspiring the members. So like that, along with that, so she has to make some place where she can facilitate the change. Okay, so normally from 7th or 8th standard, we have to motivate these skills among the girls, among the women, about influencing the people, facilitating the people, and planning for implementation. Okay, so planning for implementation, normally if you look at the career planning survey of PUC students or the graduates, so normally they don't say that my father want to make me like this. my father want to be my like this. Okay, so like that planning and implementation of the planning is also a very important issue in that. And building activity, and normally, especially when you are in the place of employment. Okay, so if you want to be executive, okay, so how we are involved in the building process building of activity, and how strategic we are in making the vision of the organization, vision of the family, okay, vision of ourselves. So working strategically on the vision and connecting to the goals, connecting to the vision, connecting to the plans, and changing the plans. So these are the skills what normally we do with that. And working with the visitors successfully. So at home we are very good. So we want her to be cooking good food for us. Whenever we want to see, we want to make her puja of the house. But when it comes to the outside, so all these things are taken out by the men. Okay, so like that, working with the users, changing or coaching for the change, and change management inside the organization. If you look at the all software industries, we could see many women, employees, we can say IT employees. So how they are coaching ourselves or themselves from these issues. Okay, so how we are training them to be managing ourselves. Okay, how she could be the role modeling for the team, or to the family, or to the person of the community. Okay, so these are the issues which have to be discussed. So as I stated in the earlier, behind every successful woman is herself. So like that, what I want to say is that sustainability is to be discussed. Okay, so particularly from what you can say, sustainability in education, okay, sustainability in employment, and sustainability in entrepreneurship. So these are the statistical issues what I could raise. So with this, let me thank all the members of team for giving me the opportunity, and many congratulations to all the team members who are present here and listening to this. So these are the three things what I want to mean: sustainability in education, sustainability in employment, and sustainability in entrepreneurship. So, and women, how she herself can be the change agent. So these are the issues to be discussed and educated with you people. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. You have, in a very short time, you have given us so many issues to be dealt, which I think every topic needs a elaborate discussion in itself. And definitely, in coming sessions, we will try to address these issues as well with your support, and maybe you can also contribute in future sessions in deliberating various issues, like you rightly gave us the direction on which we can work out on various women issues. So definitely we will take forward and we will go ahead with these issues as well as part of our upcoming sessions. And thank you for setting direction on how and sustainability towards women can be taken up. And thank you for your insightful sessions. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mrs. Vasanta Kalyaramarav, Probation Officer, Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, to kindly deliver her speech on a session on Women and Child Welfare Department Services, Government of Karnataka. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Vasanta, ma'am.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Is there any PPT, ma'am, to be presented?
Nothing is visible here. Only Vasanta Talya Ramrao and caption is there. That's it.
Yeah, you can start presenting, ma'am. You can click on share screen.
Yeah. I don't know whether the display will come or not. Okay. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please go
Yes.
ahead.
Good afternoon, all participants, all brothers and sisters. Today, me, Vasanta from Bangalore. I am speaking about women and child development, women and child care, and women and child welfare department. I club all the three things, but it directly connect with the woman and the child. Women and the child are directly related to the whole world. The life starts with the child. The life starts with the woman. The woman and the child are correlated. As such, we are correlated with each and everyone in this world. Today, as I am starting the things with the child. Who is the child? Everybody is a child. Everyone has passed the childhood. Childhood is very, very, very precious. Where the childhood starts? From the womb of the mother. So the womb of the mother is the palace for the child. From there only his life starts. But category of children are there who will miss everything in their life. So for such children and for such women, this department has working since many, many, many years. So women faces so many problems and children are facing so many problems in this world. So from the womb only the child is abused. Nobody wants the child. If child is a female, then also harassment. If a child is an unwanted child, then also the harassment starts with it. So when the thing starts, so soon after the child enters into the world, the child will be thrown in a dustbin. So from that day, the Department of Women and Child Welfare and we people will take care of the child. From that day, the child will be ours. The child will be for the nation. So from the 0 day, we take care of the child. We make the child. We bring the child to the nation. We will give the full life to the child. The child will be started with all the immunizations, all the protection, all the things, and we will try to give the child for adoption, where the biological parents has thrown the child, the new adoptive parents, if comes, they will give a beautiful life to the child. That is a part of the life. The second part, the child will not be accepted for the adoption. The parents, adoptive parents, also very much choosy. So they will refuse certain children. So in such case, those children will be left over with us only. So the leftover children, what to do? So we keep them up to 6 years, keeping them in 0 to 6 children. That is Shishu Mandir, we call them, because up to 6 years, child has the right to have all the babyhood habits, babyhood things in his life. So we give all the enjoyment up to 6 years, giving all the protection to the child. Then from 6 years and above, when the child grows up, then no parent, no adoptive parent. That case, we will divide the children as a boy and a girl. So boys and girls are started going to school and we are keeping them separately in different home called boys home and girls home. Those children can study up to their own wish. Even many of them, they have become good doctors, engineers, technicians, and many cases they have done good job. That is not only the positivity, there are negativity also behind it. The children sometimes they don't like to study. In such case, after 18 years, we will put them for some job, giving them protection, giving them in a separate home with their siblings or with their friends. So
The children home, children are nowadays leading their own families also. For them, we will be parents, even when we are in service and when we are retired, when we have come out of the service also, still we are doing the service for them. Though, so after 18 years of the children, they will be dependent, they will be taking all the responsibilities themselves, and they're no more dependent on anybody. So they will lead their own independent life and they are very happy. And afterwards, we do their marriages also. So in the children home, not only these children stays, but the children from the railway station, railway platforms, and unwanted children, beggar children, street children, abandoned children, unwanted children, and the parents who are there in the prison, their children will also be admitted to this boys' home. In the boys' home, all the children will be counseled and they have all withdrawal symptoms. They will have their own problem. They will have their own psycho problems also. So we take help from the psychiatrists. We take help from the all the doctors in and around our home. So there all the children may be segregated, and if they are interested, we'll send them to the schools. If they are not interested, we will put them to the different trainings which they prefer to go. So meanwhile, we'll also search for the parents and we do all the base work. We do the home inquiries of the children and we will try to put back the child with the parents and we will counsel both parents as well as the children. And sometimes it will be a good end, a happy end with the parents and the children. They take back children to their home also. Sometimes refugee children, they'll be returning with us and we will be the parents of them. This is a one part of the Women and Child Welfare Department. And the same way we have after 18 years also, the girls will have so many problems. Nowadays, not only from the home, even outside of the society, the ladies, the girls, the adolescents girls, they are facing lot of problems. Even though they want to do their studies, parents are unable to give them good education. They will force them to get married, and sometimes they will sell their children. Sometimes they'll send them with some unknown person for the job and other things. But these unknown persons, they bring these girls, adolescent girls, and they will put them for indifferent varieties of illegal activities in main cities of India. So those girls, the adolescent girls, will be brought by police to our department throughout the day, 24/7. So in such cases also, we take those girls and we counsel those children and we'll try to put them back to their parents, counseling the parents and do that. In certain cases like dowry case, barn case, other cases, these girls, they don't want to go home. In such case, we put them, all of them with us and we try to educate them and we give them different varieties of training. Nowadays, many malls have come in all the big cities of India. So we are putting them in the mall for good job, where the managers are so good. They come and pick up these girls from the home and they work there with all the protection and with good salary. And they come back to the shelter home and they take rest. In meanwhile, there will be applicants for us whom they are ready to marry these girls. So in such case, we do the home inquiry of such personalities and we feel satisfied with them. We arrange marriages for this girl to them and up to 1 year, we do every month, 1 month, one inquiry of their family, how the girl is put in their family, if the in-laws are taking care of them, if the husband and wife relationship is good, how they are like that. And in the second year, we do once in 3 months one inquiry. We follow up them. In the third year, we follow up them once in 6 months. And by that time, probably they will have their own family set up well and they will have their beautiful family with a child and all. They will be settled and we will be happy with the good end of that girl in that family. Like that, these adolescent girls also kept under Women in Child Welfare Department. The home is called as the reception center. The name itself says the receiving. The receiving the adolescent girls as they come. So if they have put up in the other agencies, like they say for bar, dancing, and for illegal activities and all, in such case, we will try to do all the same follow-up for that girls also. Totally, we gave them all the good life in that home only. And the third category of the department is that we have naturally the born children with mental retarded and mental physically handicapped and other things. So for such children also, after 6 years, we have separate home for boys for physically handicapped and mentally challenged children. We keep them up to 18 years, giving good shelter, medicine, medical care, and then food, everything. And as far as possible for their equality of the IQs, we give them small classes, teach them small things, engage them with certain activities. Like that, we keep them 18 years with us. After 18 years, we put them to the higher end. We call it as mental retarded home for men, mental retarded home for women. So they will be there till their last breath. Even after the breath of them, we do the all rituals for them in the home. This is what the Women and Child Welfare Department is doing under that department in each district. From Karnataka department, I worked for mostly 36 years, and we have done many things for these people in our department. Especially nowadays, adoption goes with inter-country and inner country also. So the children who are there born in inter-country adoption, really the beautiful reports has come. They say that Indian children are miracle children and they are most intelligent children in this world, they say. And the adoptive parents, they are happy with the Indian children, even with the inner country, even with our local adoptions also. The children are very happy, the parents also happy. They have given beautiful life to the children in their home. Nobody knows, though it is adoptive child. We say according to rule, they should inform the child that you are an adoptive child. But the tendency of the people, tendency of the parents, they never inform the child. But they not even know that anything other than their happiness in their family. They give them good education, they take care of everything in their family, and they are very much beautiful. And they from reception center, where we have given girls for marriage, there also in their family, they are very much good. And those in-laws of that family, they are taking their girls as their own daughter, and they are giving very good life to those orphan girls in their home as their own daughter. And she is the daughter-in-law, she is the daughter, and she is the mother. Nowadays, many of them, they already become the mother-in-law of that house also. So this is the positive story of this department, where really we have happiness and we are very happy to do this work. And I had an opportunity to work under Child Welfare Committee. The Child Welfare Committee, many of you already know it about it. In 2000, we have done Juvenile Justice Act 2000. There we have done all the laws according to the requirement of the child. I was also one of the writing committee in that. Member of the writing committee. I participated very well in that, and I was very happy. And then we started Child Welfare Committee, and it was running up to, and I was there up to 2015 there, and then I got my retirement and I came out. In that Child Welfare Committee, all these children activities took place. Then again in 2016, there was an amendment. 2006, there was an amendment that So everything has gone very well. Now the child welfare committee is going on very well in almost all the places in India. So this is the child welfare committee is giving the justice to the child, justice to the parent, justice to the people in and around our district. The women and child welfare, one face of the coin is giving all these services. What I explained till now, this is called correctional institution, where we do all these sevas for the orphanage, orphan children, orphan parents, physically challenged, mentally challenged, blind children, and then unwanted children, street children, beggar children, prisoner children like this. Everyone is given with this all opportunity. As such, apart from this, the second phase of the coin, the women and child welfare is conducting Anganwadi centers in each corner of the each village. So many of you know about Anganwadis. Starting in the beginning, there was lot of problem in the department also with the children, with Anganwadi workers, but now it has been well existed. All the responsibility from the government of India, government of Karnataka, whichever the new schemes are, they will put on Anganwadi worker, because Anganwadi worker is like a founder of the village. She knows each house of the family, each family member, and she knows the whole population of the village, and she knows how many diabetic patients are, how many kidwa cancer patients are, how many Nimans patients are there. Nowadays, she is able to tell everything by fingertips. So they are giving good service in the rural area. There they will conduct mother camps, and after mother camps, they give ANC, antenatal care, postnatal care, immunization to the mother, immunization to the children, everything they are doing, and they are conducting lot of work with them, and the health department, everyone is coordinating with them. Nowadays, police department, women and child welfare department, health department, in coordination of these three departments, actually society has given a good service throughout in all the places in India. It is the best service they are giving to the village people in the villages itself. They need not go outside the village. They need not hunt for anything. Everything in their doorstep they are getting it. Anything, even a physically handicapped will get a physically handicapped certificate. It will be done, and once if he will be done with the physically handicapped certificate, if the certificate says if he is 50% and above disability, he will get his every month massation. We say that monthly anorium he will get until his last breath, and that also will be done from our department only. That is women and child welfare. For that also, our Anganwadi workers are helping in the village level, so they can get that. For widow pension, they are helping for the widows. For the antenatal care, for the mother, they are giving the food. For the children, they are giving the food. Up to 60 years, the child will be at Anganwadi center, where mother is a baseline worker, or this thing where she works in the field, whatever it may be. She can feed the child and leave the child at 9 o'clock, and she will go on her own duty. And up to 4 o'clock, the child will be taken care of at the Anganwadi center, and the child will be given all the food, protection, love, and the child is able to sleep in the Anganwadi center, and it will be immunized. All the minimum drugs has been given to the Anganwadi worker, and well training also given to them. Even in between, the auxiliary midnights, the baseline workers from the health department, ASHA workers, they will all come and visit. They will also take care of the children. So there in the village level also, the child and mother health is taken off very well at this present. They teach them family planning, the distance of the children, why they should have that, and what is the health of the mother, and why mother should take all these things. What's the importance of immunization for a human being? Everything will be taught to them in the thing. Then they will have their own higher authorities. They will every month, once in 3 months like that. They will also conduct the mothers meeting. They will conduct nutrition demonstration camps in the village. and they will teach the locally available food, the values of the food, the values of their local availability, and how to make use of it, and everything they say. Never they say, go and buy apple every day, eat one apple, keep the doctor away. They will not say that. If at that village, whatever is grown on the way, when they are coming, they say the values of those things, and they will ask them how to make use of it, and how to use it, and how to make everything useful for them. So this is the thing they are telling. So very kind of you. I hope I have taken much time with you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to be with all of you. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Namaste, all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for elaborately giving information on various services that is being offered to women and children through government of Karnataka Women and Child Department Services. It was very insightful. In fact, every citizen has to know about these services, not only a social worker or a psychologist or a counselor or an academician or a practitioner. These are very much needed by even the common person also. I think more such orientation sessions should be conducted, especially in colleges, schools, so that they also can be aware of what are the various services available for them and how best they can utilize them, and what can be the consequences of taking a decision and going ahead with the decision without proper knowledge or insights. It's very insightful. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us and contributing to this the wonderful sessions schedule.
Thank you very much. You are most welcome. I'm always with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the support.
All the best to do more sessions like this.
Sure, ma'am. Definitely, we will try to organize more sessions, and we'll be happy to accommodate you. And we'll like to listen to you more about such topics, ma'am.
So nice of you. Very kind of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, sir. Actually, sir, I want to really thank Vasanta madam, because the moment I called her and told you come and speak for me, she considered me as a daughter. So that motherly love, she came and spoke. She's such a senior person in women and child. I thank from my bottom of my heart, sir. And I thank my other two participants, Nagraj and Arun, sir, also. I'm newly joined to Rotary Club, but they accepted my invitation and came, sir. These three people, among the speakers I introduced, these three people are very close to my heart. So only I raised my hand to tell thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mary.
This is what we practically, we don't just preach all these concepts. Now we practically empower women through these such practices. Like only when we support women and give independence to them, then they can do wonders. This is how I have put Mary in front, though we are there, I mean, team is there working behind, but we want to empower. This is a practical example case study that we want to project by the end of the webinar, that how Mary was able to communicate and effectively coordinate. This is the first time she is doing, but since we are providing all our support and making her being independent, this is how she could effectively manage. That shows how we have to effectively go ahead in supporting women and making them more independent. That is what real empowerment is. So thank you, Mary, once again. And
thank you, sir, for the opportunity given to you.
More time to talk about you at the end of the session.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
End of the day. And we will move on to our next speaker. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Nagaraj, past president of Rotary Club Bangalore abilities. He is also a member of various professional organizations. He is presently working with State Bank, Bangalore, to kindly deliver his session on social work with people with disabilities.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Good evening. So good afternoon and good evening to everybody. So happy Sunday, and today is a happiest day actually. So one moment is that we are celebrating happy day today, and second thing is we are celebrating World Social Work Day, and this month is Women's Day. We have heard since morning about environment, about social work practice with children, women, disabilities, and so many things. And I thank all the speakers, and I learned a lot today. Especially I thank Mary Florence, one of my classmates. And I also thank Ravindran sir for giving me this opportunity. So after so many years, I'm just listening the conferences. Today, for the first time, I am presenting in the conference. If there is any mistakes comes around from my side, kindly forgive me. Finally, so I'll go through. So social work, when you say social work is an art and a profession, we are so lucky to born in such a profession. That too, social work's main motto is to helping the people to help themselves, which we learned when we joined MSW. So I go further for this definition and tell you that social work is to change the people to change them. In this aspect, so disability factor is also one of the major sector. We have to support the disabled people to live full, more happy, successful, and healthy life. As a person with disability, and I am also one of the social work professional, in two angles, I want to tell you that we, the people with disabilities, needs your opportunity more than compassion or sympathy. So we need a education and the employment, and we are the contributing people towards the economic development, and we are now the taxpayers of this country. So now, when you say each person is unique as a social work principle, and we are engaged with the people that visually, differently challenged people, differently abled people, disabled people, Divyangjan, so many terms, so many concepts they are called. So they're facing a lot of challenges in different ways of life, and still then, so we lead a successful life. So social work practice in the field of disability and the role of social work is a very relevant in the present day, because government or the community or the sectors, we are coming under Women and Child Department, which Vasanta Madam told that we are struggled for the monthly pension, and lot of people got it, and handicap. And when you say handicap, we say cap in the hand. So when you say we need lot of friendship, we need satisfaction job, and we need adequate income and more good house, good family support, and all the more we need opportunity to lead a successful and a happy life. And people with disabilities, their positive attitude is very important. But what problems we are basically facing when you look into it is, so the depression and unhealthiness, stigma attached in the society, attitude of the society is very different, and some families do not bother the person, and they treat the person like a patient, and superstition that they say that because of his karma, because of his sin, this kind of thing has happened. But family has, and the government has, and the state has, and the people have the responsibility towards the disabled community in a very big way. As a educationals, practitioners, as a social workers, we are the problem solvers, and we have to take our efforts. Even NGOs, there are a lot of NGOs started, they're doing lots of work. So accordingly, professional social workers is a problem solving person, change agent, and we have to utilize lot of resources, skills, techniques, and activities for making the disabled persons to lead full successful life and a happy life in a very good environment. So the social work's main intention is to have a partnership with the person with disabilities and the NGOs and the caregivers, as well as the family members and everybody, to identify their needs, providing them the required emotional support, and helping them to overcome their difficulties, and giving the enhancing the family life support and a quality life. So when you say the social work intervention in the disability sector, we have so many models taken off. One is a charity model, which was actually giving alms, which you heard in social work in UK, social work in USA, all these countries when you studied history of social work. So it was actually after the charity model, it came the medical model to do the therapeutic things and providing hospitalization services and providing home care services, and hostel facilities as also there. So I lived in the hostel from my first standard till my master's degree, actually, for about 17 years in hostel life. So I know the difficulties. So as a social worker, we need to do casework, medication, meditation teaching, group counseling, group work, crisis intervention, family therapy, solution focused, brief therapy, communication, and more than bereaved counseling. That is when the person died in the family, the disabled person needs the crisis intervention or grief counseling, or helping them to lead a good life in the community. So when we look into all these aspects, so as a social workers, we need to learn about lot of acts. So there are two acts which we need to learn. That is, one is Persons with Disabilities Act, Equal Opportunities, Protection of Rights, Full Participation Act 1995. So it has 14 chapters and 76 sections, which speaks about education, health, and employment and rehabilitation and other things. So recently in 2016, Modi government has passed the new act, that is Rights of Persons with Disability Bill. So which includes 21 types of disabilities and extra 4% reservation in the job, in the employment, and providing financial assistance and everything, home care, everything. So all this act has come, as well as 5% reservation in the education and everything. But whatever the act has come, whether we are getting this benefit, whether these services are directly reaching to us. So now we have to see the rehabilitation model. In the rehabilitation model, there are 4 things. One is preventive model. That is, we need to work for prevention of disability before its occurrence. Then next is cure. So when a person get any leg affected or anything, we need to cure. We need to give medication. We need to give treatment, and we need to give rehabilitation. Then promote awareness in the society. As we all know, everywhere this polio immunization is happening. That is a shift from prevention to promotion. Finally, we have the developmental approach, that is developing the group personality of the person with disabilities. So when we look in all these things, so we need to know the limitations. There are so many things which has come across when I experienced in my life. When I was studying in my school, I was suffering that I was in the hostel. I was not allowed to go outside. So I was to dependent on others for so many things. So like this, when I came to college, so I got the first rank in the college. So that there they gave the opportunity to study and participate in inter-college competitions. And after that, I did my graduation in St. Joseph's College, where I became the outstanding student, and even I got the opportunity to do self-employment for persons with disability. So I chose to become a social worker and the subject of MSW because I want to do lots of help to the people who are in need. I did my field work in Mitra Jyoti, where I learned group counseling, casework, community organization. Lot of cases we solved with the persons with disability. So this way, we learned lot of roles of the persons with disabilities in creating a good life, healthy, happy life, and active involvement in every field. So when I joined as a lecturer, so I got the help from social worker, Mr. Parmesh. He said there is a job in social work department, MSW in Larvin College, where I joined. I thank Mr. Venkat Swami Reddy, my professor, who gave the job to me for the first time. And I thank my faculties, Dr. Vasanti Vijay, Dr. L.S. Gandhidas, Dr. Venkat Swami Reddy, Dr. Marul Siddhaya, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Dr. Kodan Rama sir, and everybody who helped us a lot of good ways where disabled persons can do more things. So I did in my block placement in Mobility India, where a lot of things, self-help group, how to farm, all these things we have learned. So this way we have the capacity, knowledge, resources, and we are, shifting our model from, charity to right-based model to empowerment model, that is strengthening the perspective and resilience model. That is, we need to learn a lot about what roles we do play, what roles as a social workers do, and what are the work social workers has to do. So today, as a main important day of the Environment Day, I want to tell you, my friends, as of now, I have planted more than 5,000 plantations, and I want to tell you that every month I am saving 1,000 salary for tree plantation only, because this is the concern for social work to all of us. So when you say role of social work in the field of disabilities, so one is we have to practice as a social workers the following roles we play. That is, maximize the clients to involvement in exploring, expanding the range of options and choices. We have to give a lot of choices, then they will decide what they want. So we need to prepare the clients to make a more effective life in dealing with professionals, with bureaucrats, and with agencies, and understand their feelings, attitude, and behavior, needs, and interests, that we do it in group work. And we need to give self-determination. That is, whatever they want to achieve in their life, we need to promote them. We have to organize and mobilize a lot of things for them and help them to empower their life in so many ways. So after getting job as a lecturer, I was a faculty in Bangalore University also as a guest faculty. Then I went to become a bank job. I became a clerk in State Bank of Mysore in 2012. So why I joined social work job to banking job? I thought in bank also we can do a lot of social work, because we can do a lot of intervention in systematic evidence knowledge based on whatever theoretical knowledge we learn. We can practice in the real field work, that is in therapeutic way in a bank. Because when we come across the customers, we meet them and we counsel them, we teach them what to do, how to achieve their livelihood, and how to get the facilities in the bank. A lot of times customers will be irritated in counters, they will not respond. We were solving their problem, we were telling them the government facilities, we were utilizing the facilities to them, and they were very happy. So because of that, I became a probationary officer in 2015. Because of that, I became an assistant manager in 2017. And because of that, I became a deputy manager in 2019 in State Bank of India, which is merged. State Bank of Mysore merged with State Bank of India. So not only that, I became a general secretary of National Federation of the Blind. So this is one of the organization which says, let the blind lead the blind. We did a lot of reporting. I request all the students here and all the practitioners, whatever the casework report, group work report, community work report, and the block placement report, camp report, whatever we are doing, it really helped us to stand up in our lives, because I didn't know even English language. I was from, my mother tongue is Kannada. I learned English because of the social work. So this way, I should thank this profession has made me a very special person. So we can do communication, we can do networking, we can give a lot of services, we can do advocacy. So one issue I want to tell you, when I became a general secretary in NFB Karnataka, there was no provision of job opportunity for disabled persons. There was a discrimination of the job. So that time we protested, we put a PIL in the court, and we got the justice, and we got a lot of job vacancies for persons with disabilities. So I should thank the court, and because when the executive or legislature fails, judiciary will come into effect. So that is why we have to put RTI, and we should take our rights, and we should make the things to accessible to us. So then in 2017, I joined Rotary Club of Bangalore Abilities. I was a secretary in 18, and in 19 also president-elect, and 20 I became a president, where we did a lot of conference, lot of seminars, and COVID time I became a president. I got a lot of challenge how I can help these people. So this way I did a lot of casework, group work, even in joining Rotary. We are visited different houses and provided food and shelter during the COVID times. And we did not give money. We went and gave the food. We bought the food and gave them. That too, we spent our own money, and we are providing the help. So this is in reality, we have to keep on helping the people that will give more satisfaction. Because a lot of times we get discriminations, lot of times we'll get a lot of injustice, but we have to protest, we have to fight for the rights, we have to lead a happy, successful life. And there is no loss. I born in a village called Handanakere in Chikmakanhalli Taluk in Tumkur district, where there was no facility, there was no, lot of people were blaming the disabled persons. There was no facilities. There was a lot of, discouragement for us, but we took a challenge and we did a lot of activities and we took up this village and we made a disabled friendly and good atmosphere, good accessible village. Because when we have the goal, when we have the social work things, so we need to achieve this goal when we get this support. So this way, in a flexible way, we have to do social work in a very positive way. We have to help the people. So I have got 2 daughters, my wife, and she is also with disability. She helps me a lot. And my parents, my father and mother, and I have 2 brothers who are actually telling me, why you went to social work field? I said, this is the one field where we can change, we can bring smile in everybody's face. This is one field which we give satisfaction to so many people. But only thing is we have to take participation in all the areas of life. So now I am also a wellness coach in Herbalife, wherein we have learned a good healthy life, good happy life, good nutritious life. So where we have to provide, where the basic necessary for our life is health, education, livelihood, happiness, water, sleep, good rest, good education, good employment, good livelihood, more than anything, helping others in a successful way. So this way, so whatever I've told you, these are all my practical experiences. I'm always ready to be with anybody at any time. And this is what I should thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity for the first time. And if I did any mistake, I'm very sorry. Kindly forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagaraj. I mean, there are no words to express. After listening to you, we are feeling very guilty and shameful of ourselves.
Sir, any questions? I'm ready to take, sir. If anybody has any questions, I'm ready to take 1 or 2.
Yes, sir.
Please.
So, in spite of being so capable and being having so many opportunities, nowadays many social workers or social work students are not even attending college properly, and they have lots of excuses, and even they don't even attend field work. They don't do block placement work. There are a lot of excuses. After seeing you, I think we should feel we should really get motivation from you. How hard, in spite of being specially able, I don't want to call you disabled. In spite of being specially able, you have done wonders, and you have motivated a lot of people, and you have taken up a lot of challenging activities. It's a really great inspiration, not only just for social workers, social work fraternity, but also to the common man and women. That when we have the strong determination and a good intention, then with our pure heart and soul, we can do wonders. You have really proved it, and definitely you have become a Kohinoor for this entire day with your speech and with your motivation. We really appreciate you for joining us and making us really retrospect among ourselves.
I should thank the technology, sir, because Hyderabad is somewhere, we are here, and thanks to the Zoom, and we got the lot of technologies like Braille, audio cassettes, and things like that, computer, everything through the JAWS software, we could able to communicate with you and come closer to you all. Sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, it's all started when people, especially able people like you, wanted to explore the possibilities, and I also remember in my few years back, not few years back, couple of years back, when initially JAWS software was launched, how much effort really developers took, and it was only with the pressure or the demand that was created by the specially able people that they want technology to be part of their routine and their aid, so that they can get connected to the rest of the society. So definitely, your constant efforts to get involved, to get inclusion into the society is creating really wonders, that is enabling technology also uh, to become an aid. So definitely we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in upcoming this thing. And we thank Mary also for bringing you to this wonderful platform. And participants, if you have any queries, one or two, quickly you can unmute yourself and you can ask. And these sessions are also live on YouTube. So apart from here, there are participants also might be, and this is part of an international conference platform. So the recorded sessions will also be available later on for the participants, so that they can watch and provide feedback. Okay,
Yeah,
so
anybody has any questions, please?
Hi, Nagraj.
Hi.
Hi, thank you
yeah,
very
Mary.
much for a wonderful and very informative session. Throw light on others.
Thank you, Mary.
So I spoke now. No one should feel we have this, we don't have this. We should accept everything and do. Like your inspiration for us.
Thank you. So what I want to tell all of you here is, when you spend knowledge, it will grow. When you spend money, it will go. So kindly be an inspiration, kindly keep learning and do more good work. Definitely will become a great personalities in your life. Thank you, sir.
anyone else, if you have any comments, or you can go ahead.
Chat box also we will answer. If you put in chat box also, we'll answer. If you are feeling shy to open your mouth, you can put it in chat box also. So my daughter will help me to read the questions to me.
If you have, you can also post your queries or comments in chat box. Chandraswati has mentioned it's really a motivational speech, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, sir. Then we will take any queries or clarifications at the end of the day. As of now, I don't think anyone has any.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir. Hats off to your strong determination, and we all really need to learn a lot from you. We will try to accommodate you in even in upcoming sessions, sir. Thank you for joining.
Sure. Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next speaker for the day, Mr. Arun Mohan. He is wellness coach from Rotary Club Bangalore Abilities. And we request him to deliver his session on MS and life wellness.
Good evening, all. Hi, my name is Arun, and I am a life wellness coach. First of all, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to showcase what I wanted to tell everybody, and this is definitely going to be an eye opener for everybody, because most of the people here have heard about the disabilities, what people talk about, but they wouldn't have uh, understood this. There's something called multiple sclerosis existing also. I would like to share my screen and
Yeah, Arun, you can go ahead.
yes, I've shared my screen.
Yes,
So basically, earlier, prior to 2016, there were probably 7 or 8 disabilities which are there in the Indian Constitution, and 2016, everything changed, and there were 21 disabilities which are included, and one of them was multiple sclerosis. Now, a lot of people, as difficult it is to pronounce the word multiple sclerosis, it is the disease itself is complicated and eye-defying, or let's say, it's kind of it baffles you, and this disease primarily okay. What is multiple sclerosis? Multiple sclerosis is a chronic disease affecting the brain and the spinal cord, and we would include the optic nerves, where the immune system, which is supposed to protect our body from various viruses and bacteria, start eating our own central nervous system nerve fibers that we've got. See, what happens is these nerve fibers are covered with a fatty substance called a myelin sheet, which protects these nerves from sending wrong signals. And our immune system thinks that this is something from outside which is going to affect our body, and it starts eating it. When it starts eating, the signal that goes to the brain go haywire. It's something similar to your, if you take your charging wire, inside the wire, you have some copper wires also, thin copper wires which are embedded. If the outer cover goes off, if the black rubber insulin goes off, sometimes the phone charges, sometimes the phone doesn't charges. And that's exactly that happens to our system, where sometimes the signal that comes, that goes to the brain goes properly, or when the reply comes back from the brain, it goes haywire. So, for example, if I want to walk to the right, my hands, legs, everything would go to the right, and the signal that comes from the brain says go to the left. So I would walk to the right and to the left. So I do not know what I should actually do. So most people do not see that there is a problem. So they think that the person is drunk. And this is what happens most of the time with most of the multiple sclerosis person also, where they do not actually know what they go through, because every day is something which is going to be a unique day. Tomorrow morning, if it could be that you could go paralyzed, or if it's not paralysis, you could go blind, or you could go numb. Your entire body could go numb. So this is a very dilapidating kind of disease which affects the human body. Now, the worst part is that this affects between the age group of 20 to 40. So when it affects between the age group of 20 to 40, what happens is this is the right age for planning your career. Your career is at its best. And because of this kind of disorder, you do not know what your future looks like. So you it is actually a mystery that you are trying to solve a problem. So when you say that that when I need to look at the future and I need to build a career, here we do not know what is in store for the person tomorrow. So there is no question of thinking about tomorrow. Now, where does this disease affect mainly? It is primarily in the above the equator region, which is the Americas and the Australia, or below the equator where it's Australia which is getting affected. India primarily is more of it's, or let's say it's the colder regions which get affected where MS hits mainly. And when we talk about India, it was diagnosed, it was found out that close to maybe 40 years back that India also could be a place where MS patients are there. As of today, we estimate that there are around about 2 lakh people in India who are affected with MS, but the official registrar with the NGOs which are managing, with the NGO MSSI, which is managing MS, says that it's got only 3,000 people. So we do not know how many people actually come out with the how many people actually have MS itself. So what happens is when today in India, it is more of disclosing yourself to the outside world that you have a problem, and you you come under the disabled category. Most of the time it is the social stigma which does not allow people to say that you have a disease called something called multiple sclerosis which could affect them, because people are scared whether they would lose jobs, whether they would get whether they would be, if they're, because it is between 20 and 40, they are at a marriageable age, so they are worried whether they could get married, and how will they take their life forward. This is all the worries that an MS person goes through. So what happens is most of the MSP persons go through severe attacks of depression and anxiety. Now, MS is primarily known as the invisible symptoms of a human disorder. Now, where does MS affect basically? I'll probably tell that in a much more easier way. It could be the eye, it could be the brain. It is the brain which gets affected. It is the spinal cord. It is the mouth, speech, where you start having slurry speech. It could be tremors which affect. It could be bladder issues where incontinence is a biggest problem. Digestive issues. It could be cognitive issues. Now, if you look at this picture basically tells you how MS affects. The brown color, the left hand side picture that you say where there's a person holding the cup is having a normal neuron which is there, where the nerve is perfectly all right, where the brown color part is the myelin sheath that you see. In the right hand picture where the man drops the cup, It is the blue color nerve that starts sending you. The brown color part has been eaten off. That's the myelin sheet which has been eaten off. So the signal that goes to the brain goes in a very wrong manner. So if I want to, it becomes difficult to for an MS person to hold a cup, even to write. Now, what MS is not? MS is not contagious. It's not directly inherited. It is always severely disabling. It is not fatal. And being diagnosed with MS is not a reason to stop working, stop doing things one enjoys, and not to have children. In fact, let me put it this way. I've been having MS for the last 8 years, and I don't know whether John F. Kennedy once said, ask not what the country has done for you, ask what the country you have done for the country. Similarly, I tell everybody, tell not what MS has done to you. Tell what you have done with your MS. So it is not always, it is how positive that you can stay, and it is how much you are able to manage your MS which matters. Because every time you think that this is not the right thing that has to happen, it need not be the right thing that has to happen. It happens to normal people also. So what is wrong if it doesn't happen to us also? Now, what are the kind of symptoms that people go through? You have numbness, tingling, visual problems, multiple. There are various symptoms that people go through, and most of these symptoms are invisible. These are the invisible symptoms of MS. Now, I would probably give you a little this thing about invisible symptoms. I happen to be the face of invisible symptoms of MSSI, wherein we put a video, we put a picture video together to say, what are some of the invisible symptoms that people go through, because these are problems that nobody can identify that, oh, they have a problem. I would take 30 seconds of your time to showcase a video to you, if you have no issues about that. Okay. Yeah. Now I'll probably tell you, this video changed my life forever. This photographs that were taken of me was showcased in Chitrakala Parishad in Bangalore, and that made me do things that I could only dream about. I became a model, and I started doing fashion shows, and that's the reason why I said, say what say not what MS has done to you, but say what you have done with your MS, and that's what I did. I started doing the ramp walk. I started walking, doing fashion show. At the same time, I also started participate. I became one of the for MSSI. I am the youth service youth group leader, or I head the youth wing of MSSI, and I got involved with Rotary, and I started doing a lot of social work because people need to understand what MS is. And when I was called to do this speak during this event, I actually made a different kind of presentation where I said, okay, let me talk about, what social work and what can be done and what should not be done. But then I also understood that people need to understand what MS is all about. And if people do not understand, nobody will speak about MS. And if they do not speak about MS, people will not even understand what MS is all about. I wouldn't want to take too much of time because there will be a lot. I know people have been there from 10:30 onwards. So I would stop with this presentation, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And Ravindra sir, thank you so much. It was awesome giving this opportunity to showcase what MS is all about, and how we need help from all the social service sector uh, present out here, where the kind of work that you guys are doing is amazing. So if we can have some help from all of you also, it'll make sure that people across India get to know MS, and people will understand what MS is all about, and give a boost up to the MS person also to be happy the way most of you people are. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry if I've goofed up anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. You did really a wonderful job today, giving insights into MS and various aspects of MS symptoms, and how a person with an MS would feel, experience, and share his challenges to us. Definitely, it's really very enlightening. In spite of so many challenges, I think maybe I have to have a different tagline, as we discussed also yesterday. We really definitely need to have a punchline rather than a tagline.
Yes.
For our next session, because next Sunday is exclusively dedicated
to Rotary
Club, Rotary Club abilities, and we will have more time to listen from you all. Maybe we have to coin something like redefining disabilities or abilities, something like that. We will have a very good punchline.
Sure.
I request you, Nagaraj, and other fellow members to frame such a impact or powerful punchline so that it can create an impact over the participants. And thank you, Arun, in spite of challenges, you are there, and you have very well presented. Thank you.
Ravindra sir, there is a question. Can I answer that? What are the MS symptoms?
Yes.
If time permits, is that okay?
Yeah. Please go ahead. You have already presented, and anyway, you can briefly explain it.
Yes. What are the MS symptoms? The MS symptoms can vary from your vision issues, your balance issues, your walking issues, your bowel movement issues, your digestive system issues. It could be you know tremors. That
Excuse me, sir.
yes, yes.
So, is there any cure for MS?
No, there is no cure for MS because they haven't found out that the reason why MS actually happens itself. They don't know the reason for MS itself because it's your own.
I have one question also.
Yes.
So, is there MS also occur for teenagers?
Right now we are, probably 1 in 100, not 100, I would say, one in a million people would happen because most of the people who have been affected or who have been known are between the age of 20 to 40. So, in fact, we found out recently that there is a 3-year-old kid who was diagnosed with MS. What happens is it becomes next to impossible to find out when you have MS also. So, until unless you start showing symptoms. Now, MS, what happens is MS, the symptoms mimics lot of other diseases. Like for example, Parkinson's. When you have Parkinson's, your head is tremor. That is just one part of MS. So it can happen. It need not happen also. Until unless you are diagnosed, you cannot say that you have MS. I hope I have answered you, Rupert.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there okay, 2 more participants have raised their hands. Who else would like to ask questions? It says 2 more participants have raised their hands. I don't know who. Please, there's no name to this. 7-1. Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm Khalid Khalifijeri from Botswana.
Okay.
Even though I have registered late and joined the meeting late,
All right.
I have heard all your presentations, sir.
Okay.
It is a very useful presentation in my part as a drafter, because it is going to be very easy when I draft the legislation, because I have heard all the information from the horse's mouth. Now, therefore, I have only one question for you, sir. how long does it take if someone is infected about this thing? How long does it take? This MSF.
It depends on, okay, I will tell you the Indian context first, and then I will tell you what happens abroad. The only way to find out after the symptoms are, uh, diagnosed, and you have to go through the magnetic resonance imaging. That's the MRI, and that's the only way to find out that you have you're most probably that you have MS. Across the globe, if you take the Americas, some people are there who get diagnosed within 2 months or 6 months, and some people it takes close to 2 years to get diagnosed. So it depends on how severe the issue is, or how severe the symptoms are. If the symptoms are not, it's the best person is your neurologist will be the best person to tell you, what needs to be done and what need not be done, because you have to go through the MRI and to confirm it for confirmation. There is also something called lumbar puncture, where they take the liquid from the spine. They to do the to confirm that it is MS. Like I said, there are a lot of other disorders which mimic, or MS mimics a lot of other diseases or disorders also. I hope I was helpful.
Okay, no, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you, Arun, for the clarification.
Thank you.
And now I would like to hear Rupal Singh. You have any query? Go ahead.
So, why MS is an autoimmune disease?
Yes, Rupal.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Why MS is an autoimmune disease?
MS is an autoimmune disease because it's your immune system which is hurting you. It is not a virus or it is not a bacteria from outside, but it is your own immune system which is hurting you.
It's only hurting immune system.
No, our immune system is eating our own body.
Okay.
So that's the reason why it's called autoimmune.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem. I guess that should be all.
Yeah, thank you, Arun.
Thank you.
Yeah, next week we will try to give, we will try to focus on more elaborately on
yes,
various aspects of MS.
Yes.
As we will have more time for each speaker.
Yes.
So you can also join next Sunday with the same link, same timings.
Okay.
And we can have detailed discussion on MS also.
Sure, sure.
If Arun can accommodate few more experts on MS, maybe one more person.
I will do that. I will do that.
Then we can have detailed discussion on MS and create awareness.
Sure, sure. I'll do that.
Thank you, Arun, and thank you, Rupal. And we'll go to next speaker. And thank you once again, Arun, for joining us and being part of this wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
And wishing you all success. Now I would like to invite our next speaker for the day, Mary Florence Pena. She is founder of Cancer Charitable Trust, and she is she does psychological counseling, and she also is a fundraiser for various social causes, and is an active member in the community, and also Rotary Club Bangalore Abilities. I request her to deliver her session on women empowerment. Over to you, ma'am, for the session.
Hi, sir. I thank you for giving me the opportunity and making me coordinate the program. I sincerely thank you, sir. Now I go to my session, sir. Women empowerment. Actually, women empowerment is the empowerment of women. And the meaning is, if you educate a man, you educate only himself. But if you educate a woman, you educate a family. So more importance should be given to women education, so that she can build family and she can build generations together. And what is the introduction of women?
If you're comfortable, you can switch on video. If you are comfortable.
Sir, I switched on.
Okay. It's fine. Go ahead.
What is women empowerment? Women empowerment means it is empowering in all the spheres like spiritual, social, educational, gender or economic strength of individuals, and it reaches not only to cities, and it reaches to the communities of women. Women empowerment in India is highly dependent on different variables like including geographical location, urban, rural, educational status, social status, and caste and class and age. Uh, the definition of women empowerment can be defined to promoting sense of self-worth and the ability to determine their own choices and to influence social change in themselves. That means that it helps to promote women to take decisions and build self-confidence and build self-respect and feel good about being a woman, be proud to be a woman, and it can change the society and it can change the whole world also. And despite progress, so much progress has come in India with for women, but still in so many societies they are denied of education. Education, if boy or girl is at home, this is my personal example, my friend's example. She was not given the opportunity to go for medical or engineering, but her brother had given the opportunity. But they told, you're a girl, you will get you do BA and you get married. He means he'll learn and he'll save us. So if you give more education, so she can help 10 people in the society. So I feel you should give more education to women than men. It's not that I should say that you don't give education to men, but give more education, help her to study as much as she can and give her the opportunity, give her the facilities and what she needs in the society. And what is the real, if she is given the need for empowerment, she will be deprived deprived of decision making power, freedom of movement. She will be access to education at a higher level, access at employment in all aspects, be it computer, medical, law, or anything, even the air or air force, everything. So she can master in the field. So, and what is the scope of decision making power? That among the earnings, earnings, 1 in 5 women are 1 in 5 than men. 1 in 18 do not have major say in how their own earnings are used, and fewer men, that is 7 in 10 than men, and 9 in 10 men have major say how their spouses are earned or used. Women earn more or less the same as the husband, but the respect in the house is not treated the same way. If a woman earns more, the immediate reaction of the husband goes totally different. Why she's getting more salary, why I'm getting less? He's deprived of himself, and she does so much work at office and at home. Then also in so many places she's deprived. She's not given the due respect what she has to be given. That is decision making power. Next is freedom of movement. The woman's freedom of movement is severely curtailed, that in three are allowed to go alone, either to market, health center, or outside community for job. If she is transferred, if she is in a government sector like women and child, like madam said, that job need transfers every 3 years. In that job, state bank, state government job, 3 years once, women will be transferred to different states. But if she doesn't get support of husband and family, then she won't be able to perform in that job well. So it needs the support of the spouse and the support of family to go to work and earn and live a life independently. And the access to education, she should be given the access, be it be it a girl, she should give the opportunity she due to, and she should be able to reach higher heights, and she has to be give more opportunities so that she performs well. Access to employment, actually in 15 to 49 age, less women are deprived of their facilities, so they should be given more importance for health, employment, and they should be able to perform well in all the fields. Exposure to media. In media, there is a less women, like they're given more opportunities in media for news reading, but there is a less opportunity for women in the media, because if you go to media, people say you want to get married, you want to get recognized in the society if you go for education, but you should give freedom to all. And how to use the freedom, we should, it's in our hands to how to, we can use our freedom in a good way and in a bad way. It's all in the women's hands. So we should, when we are given freedom, we should utilize it in the good. That is the small suggestion from my side to all the women folk in the call today. And domestic violence also happens a lot, because I have worked in women Vimochana, which is a women's organization in Bangalore. There I've seen so much married women have faced domestic violence, husbands beaten, and still they want to go back to the family, because the in-laws family, because if they come home, the younger sisters or younger brothers will not get settled. So there is so you should be right to come out and lead your life and be independent in whatever. There are so many ways to live your life, but it's all in your hands. And next is the government and several NGOs and efforts are taking more to empower women by creating awareness, but is a true woman of empowerment will be achieved when gender equality will be eliminated. We need to give equal opportunities to women, that is equal pay, equal respect, and equal challenge. We look forward to such a nation. What is social environment? So political environment of a woman is not only the overall mainstreaming of women. Education of women means greater awareness than the role in society, awareness of their rights, better knowledge and housekeeping, and better performance on the roles as a housewife and mother. Education and training have opened out the venues of employment and self employment in the original sector as never before. Women are working in diverse fields such as doctor, engineers, IS officers, IPS, and bank professional, and in a wide range of sectors, in organized and unorganized sectors, and even in agriculture, the wages are deprived of man and women. A man is paid full salary, and woman is not paid half salary. In that way, the woman is deprived, and role of environment or non-government organization. Non-government organizations are playing a significant role in the empowerment of disadvantaged women. Just as a few years after independence, the government of the Center Social Welfare Board, an apex body of voluntary sector that aids more than 10,000 non-government organizations across the country, helping women stand on their own through a program in socio-economic program, vocational training, and other similar groups. Role of non-government organization: participation of women in NGOs gave them an opportunity to foray into social and economic political spheres which have not easily granted in for the profit and public centers. Many NGOs that work to alleviate poverty among women, that focuses on advocating the women's rights, they have brought important changes in the lives of women. NGOs have play a major role in enforcing rights provided by the legislation in India. NGOs have also play a significant and meaningful role towards promoting self-employment of women by the following ways. And what are the role of government? The Department of Women and Child Welfare Department have been implementing special program for the holistic development and empowerment of women with major focus to improve their socio-economic status. This has been policy shifts from time to time based on the shift in empower. The year 2021 is called the Women Empowerment Year, and to bring better focus on the programs of women, a program of support to training come employment women step is launched in 87 to strengthen and improve the facilities of women. My conclusion is women represent half of the world population, and gender inequality exists in every nation of the planet. Until women are given the same opportunities than men, the entire societies will be desired to perform below their true potential. The greatest need of the hour is the change of social attitude to women. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Hello,
ma'am, for your insightful session on various aspects of women empowerment.
Actually, I personally share one session, sir. Actually, we are 3 girls in a house. And when my sister went for dental, there was a lot of rebel at home. Why you're educating why you're educating a girl for dental? And my sister took it as challenge, and today she's a dentist. So it's the biggest challenge, sir, there. Still also some houses, they are not educating. If a boy or girl is there, they give more importance for boys. Education is not given equally among. That's my personal experience, sir. I only have faced it.
Yeah, too much. It is happening because for the first thing is due to lack of resources. The first priority in the society is generally whatever you observed or we observed is the first preference is going to the boys because they are going to stay with their family. Their assumption is that they are going to be there in the family and they are going to take care of the family. And girls generally get married and go away to the in-laws family. That is a basic assumption on which this discrimination happens, that boys are given first preference in education or opportunities. But this is changing. This is no longer
It's
valid.
changing, sir, but not to 100%. We can tell it's only till 50 to 60%. Now also so many I hear, sir, among my own friends. Still they wanted to be something, but they are something today because of their brothers.
Yeah.
Opposing it, and the father opposing and mother opposing.
So what can be done to change this, Mary?
Actually, now, sir, we should educate it that woman is so important, sir, in life. Without a woman, nothing is there. Be it house, family, society, everything. Woman decides, sir. If she decides at home, and she not only decides for, she's always a giving person, not a taking person. She always never thinks about herself, whether my brother is eaten, whether my sister is eaten, whether my father is eaten, mother is eaten. Then only last she will think I should eat. And as a wife also, she'll think first of her husband, children, then only she'll eat. So many ladies I've seen, sir, they will eat and end the leftover food. Personally, I have gone to villages when I was working in St. John's. I had gone to community medicine. Personally, I have seen, sir, in this. Personally, I have seen, sir. And my own friends, there are 4 girls. They had lot of property. They're Telugu ready people, but simply they told why we should educate 4 girls. They just did BCom, BA, and all. And for son, they took him to London School of Medicine. And then that son is not coming to. She stays in Adugodi in Bangalore. And then the son is telling only hi ma, hi pa. But that 4 girls, they got married to ordinary family. They are only coming and taking care of the aged parents. This is a life example I'm seeing among my own school friends, college friends. This I'm not telling from the public point of view. My own friends, my own childhood friends, my own Mount Carmel friends. I'm telling, sir, because I'm from a middle class family and I know what my friends are going through. And I have come from where I don't have brothers. How I have faced the challenges. My father's sisters have said, why you're educating? When so many people opposed that I'm going to MSW also was a question mark. Why you're educating? Why you're sending her to 14 kilometers away from my house to college? There's so much rejections from my aunties. Only thing God has given me is the best parents in the world, sir. They educated me. They supported me a lot in day to day. They're supporting me. Like I'm very gifted for the best parents I have. In that way, I thank God every day. They support us, 3 of us, so much. And whatever they tell, you take it up. If you want, if I want to go for this program, this conference here, there, they allow and they give me the freedom. That's what the person I am today, sir. That's why I'm able to talk about it. But I thank God for giving me a wonderful parents, and thank you very much, sir. You made actually this for me. This conference was like new experience. I got whoever I called, they agreed to come for me. So I thank on behalf of everybody, sir. All the speakers who I've called, they did lot of justice to me, sir. In that way, I am very honored, sir. Whoever I called from right from February 27 till today, everybody have come, sir. So I thank God for making everyone, whoever I gave me word, they have come, sir, in spite of their busy schedules. So I thank you, Ravindra, sir, for giving me the opportunity, sir. Thank you, sir, once again, from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, ma'am. Women should be encouraged and supported. And also women should also use the opportunities in the right way. Many times it happens that opportunities come and we are not able to use it. And even if opportunities come and we try to use it in a different way, or we try to exploit them, there are different ways where we lose our opportunities by ourselves. So that shouldn't happen, and we should make always best use of the opportunities, and we should trust. The trust is most important everywhere. We need to trust. Maybe we can be betrayed. That chance possibility is always there, even with the known and unknown people also. But only when we trust, we know whether our trust is truthful or whether we are betrayed or it is for the best cause. So we have to keep faith in ourselves. We have to keep faith in God and lead ahead. Then only we'll be able to make best of the opportunities and we can overcome the challenges. Thank you once again, Mary, for your wonderful coordination as well. You did a wonderful job. We have a good line of speakers today. And today is also a day of happiness. So at the end of the day, hope venting out our feelings, emotions, and all the whole day. I think we got freed of some negative emotions and negative feelings and whatever may be. It may be negative, it may be positive. At least the whole day sessions have made us, brought us some happiness to ourselves, right? Participants can unmute yourself and
Yes, sir, definitely. That is very definitely, sir. Each session is very inspiring. Very inspiring, sir. Each session.
Yes, I think that is a great opportunity. It is excellent sessions. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you.
Matthew sir, would you like to contribute because you are a very well-known person on, I mean, spontaneously, if you can add a few points from your observations towards nature, environment, it would be great value addition.
Thank you.
The session is quite inspirational.
Thank you. I think that
even the session of MS is quite very good.
Can you just hold on, ma? Let Matthew sir finish, then we can take up. Yeah, Matthew sir,
Thank you, Doctor. Then I think that the session which Nagaraj, how a disabled person can empower. I appreciate his performance. I think that when we are going to develop the happy villages, so I am worrying about how we can develop this disabled, I can't say disabled, but physically challenged people. So it is a wonderful performance he has done. It is very much interesting, and he has given a very good example, and he has given a very good performance to all of us. How he has gained his master's degree, 17 years in the hostel, and how he has got all these things. I congratulate him, and I think that I can, in future, I can also take his advices and his supports in developing the happy villages about the disadvantaged people. Then about the other sessions like environment session, and I think that about women, really Mary has given a very good presentation. But now also we will think that it is happening because of now I am from Kerala, and I am living in a village. Then also I am working all over the state and all over India. Then I think that the women are suffering more. When I went to Bihar, Jharkhand, the woman asked me to please let us give how to read and write. Only you have to give us only how we can write and read. When I went to Ottapadi in Kerala and in Mulyar in Kerala, the tribals, they told me that how we can use these ATMs. Can you teach us? We don't know how to read and write. How we don't know how to use the ATM. So like this, everywhere in India, the woman, especially the woman, they are struggling. They are struggling for water. They are struggling for food. They are struggling for everything. The men everywhere in Kerala and all over India, I think that where they can use alcohol, the men are using alcohol. Now I heard and I understand that I will go and visit that place in Maharashtra, where one village has taken the most powerful, which the house and the land will be with both with the woman and men, the husband and wife. I think that the Grama Sabha can make a great decisions like this. Only Grama Sabha can empower India and make a new India. So when we are hearing the speeches, we have to say that we have to make change. How we can make change? We can make change from the Grama Sabha. The Grama Sabha where the people, all the people should join there in the Grama Sabha. In Kerala, the Grama Sabha is more powerful, but the Grama Sabha people all over India, I think that they are powerful. They have to join together. They have to think together. They have to do what is beneficial for the brothers. Here, we won't think that we are with some politics or religion or caste, not like that. In Grama Sabha, we all are together. We neighbors are together. So we can empower Grama Sabhas in India, then we can make a change. So every topic about everything, I think that the solar energy, everywhere, we can, in the villages, we can have all these things without any problem. And about all the sessions which has taken here is more beneficial to the people in the rural villages, and the Grama Sabha should take a lead. So thank you, Dr. Ravi. I thank you all the participants, and we can work together for a happy, because today is the world happiest day. So I think that we are working for that, for the happiest village in India. So now we are in the 136th position, about 146 countries. That means we are very behind Pakistan and Bangladesh. So we have to empower, we have to gain more stages, and we have to become the happiest country in the world. So we have to work together, we have to join together, and we have to empower our fellow citizens. Thank you all my participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your observations.
Ravindra, can I speak?
Yeah, Rubiji, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Thank you very much for a very, very, very insightful and excellent sessions arranged by you. You are a coordinator. God bless you. From bottom of my heart, my blessings are there with you, and also Mary ma'am. She has done a very good job as a Rotarian. I am also Rotarian, District 3131. Sir, as regards the environment, I would like to say that we can go in for helping in saving so many things, like we can reuse, recycle the flowers which are used for the deities. They can be reused and making these fragrance sticks, that is agarbatti. And then we can help the Mother Earth to recycle with the soil and making some composite, vermicomposite agri this thing chemical which will help the soil to give more energy to the plants. And to add to it, solar energy can be used. And then many strategies are there, and green action plans are there. Government is helping to use it and recycle it for the controlling the environment. Climate change is there, of course. It's a world problem. Now we have to work on it slowly, and hope God blesses us with everything to move ahead. And with the women empowerment, I would like to say that the women are still lagging behind, where lots of problems are there. Only thing is that in Maharashtra, no doubt women are given empowerment, but still, sir, those who are having, holding high positions and all, they are misusing it. There are so many laws and acts and all passed by the government for women, but those who are having powers are misusing it. I am feeling like that because I see that when I go to the court for domestic violence matters, then I feel that some females, for the sake of acquiring property, money, and they are misusing their facilities, which is very hurtful to everybody. No doubt, women are lacking behind. We have to help them. But then those who are not able to pay fees, I don't charge them. I give them free services. That is from my side. And of course, lots to say about all these things. Anyway, due to the time constraint, my best wishes are there to everybody. And overall feedback for all the sessions is excellent. A1. Thank you so much, sir. God bless, giving me opportunity to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rubiji. Someone else wanted to speak. Yeah, Rupal Singh. You can unmute yourself.
यस सर.
Yeah, ma, go ahead.
सर मुझे कुछ नहीं बोला, बस मुझे इतना बोलना था कि आज का सेशन काफी बेस्ट है. इवन द अरुण सर goes very best.
Is that, have you concluded? Or is there anything you would like to say?
No.
Okay, thank you. So,
Okay, thank you, sir.
thank you everyone for staying with us since morning. Now we'll just have a brief talk on happiness and then we'll conclude our session because my session is pending. So I always come in between you and session. I always try to skip it. Today being World Happiness Day. So we will have a brief discussion. Let it be interactive. And we will share the feedback and we will conclude this session. So what is happiness? You all can interact, share your this thing. You can unmute yourself and say what is happiness. Let's all be brief so that everyone gets opportunity. Quickly, in 30 seconds or so.
Facility gives you happiness, or what other activities give you happiness? If you are happy, others are also happy. I feel like that. When I am happy, I feel that all others are also happy.
Okay. So anything which we do, which brings us happiness, is making us happy and also others happy. Okay. Next, anyone else?
Hi, sir. Actually, no, sir. Happiness is within us. If if we have less facilities or more facilities, it comes from. If we want to make our happiness, even with the little facilities, we can make happy. But we doesn't mean we have to have house, car, building. Then only we are happy. Whatever we have, we think God has given us this much and be contented. When compared to others, we are lucky. God has given us so much. If we keep thanking God for what we have, no, that is the biggest happiness you can generate to society, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Happiness is always within ourselves. But what we do is we search of happiness outside. That brings us more misery than happiness because we try to depend on getting happiness from others or other things. That is not always possible. When we are happy with ourselves in the very first place, it gives us happiness. We always want to keep ourselves happy, so that we try always to do good things or better things, which makes us happy, which keeps us happy. Then automatically what happens, the feeling, emotions of being happy are always there, and we overall tend to be more happier. So always we have to show our gratitude. We always have to appreciate what we have in the very first place. If we don't appreciate what we have, what happens is we keep worrying about all other things, and then we look out for the things we do not possess or we do not have, and lifelong we will keep worrying until we achieve them. So this keeps us in the circle of unhappiness, and that will ruin our existing happiness. So always be contented, be express gratitude towards whatever you have, nature, God, or whoever is best endowed with. That gives us happiness. Happiness is always within us. So we have to find happiness within ourselves. As long as we are looking for happiness within ourselves, we will be happy in the very first place. Then with our actions, with our thoughts, and with our actions, with our behaviors, we do good things. We do things that make us also happy, and also others also happy. In that way, we keep ourselves happy, and also we make others happy. And in this, I have to mention one more thing. So, happiness is a subjective experience, not an objective experience. So we often fail to understand this aspect. When we come to happiness, so doing something can cause happiness to me, but may not be a happy thing for some others. So we have to appreciate that, and accordingly, we have to go ahead. See, maybe eating something makes me happy, or listening to certain music makes me happy. It may not be same for others. In that case, there may be a conflict. There may be a concern. So in a similar way, why we have to be more looking inwards or towards ourselves is, first we have to be contented of what we have. First we have to be happy that we are existing in the very first place. We are here to enjoy, experience, embrace the nature, the environment, and the very purpose of our existence here, and the purpose for which we are striving. Maybe we all have some other goal to be achieved. Even if nothing is there, there are few people whose only aim is to have a good, delicious food and to have a eye full of sleep for the entire day and night. Even that is also, they are happy with that. They are more contented with that. They are accepting that. It doesn't mean to be like that. But whatever they are doing, whatever we are doing, we have to be happy with that in the very first place. And don't do anything that doesn't make you happy. It doesn't mean that, again, when you are doing something, when you are not happy, if you are not, when you are not happy, when you do things, you will also be stressful, and you are not happy about doing that things, and you stress yourself, and you also in the process give stress to others. So that will create a different situation. So always try to be happy and do things what makes you happy, and also do things which others also make happy. Happiness is not found elsewhere, is found within ourselves. When we accept, the first and foremost thing for happiness is accepting ourselves. The way we are, the way we look like, the way we dress up, the way we behave, the way we think, we are unique from others. First accept ourselves as we are. That is the first step to happiness. And appreciate what we have. Forget about others. Comparison is the worst thing that can happen in the world, that can create a lot of misery. When we compare ourselves with others, that's where our happiness starts going away from us. We start comparing. Okay, comparing is fine. That is in a constructive way. It can help us to motivate ourselves and go one step forward. But what happens if it is taken in a negative way? We feel jealous, we feel angry about them, we worry about them, or we worry about us that we are not able to reach that position or that status or that level. And again, that will create a lot of problems which are not there in the very first place. So first thing is accept yourself for being what you are, for being what you are doing, for being how you are, but for being how you are contributing to the world. Do not try to compare, and even if you are comparing, let it be in a very constructive way, very positive way. In that way, we can always be happy and also appreciate what we have, and be happy for the people. When you have this good heart, open heart, when something we are happy, not only when something good happens to us, we should be happy when something good happens to others also. We see few people who are not at all happy when something good is happening or happen to others. Again, we have to know that this happiness which we are talking about is very subjective in term. In the sense, only when we are happy, when we are wishing others to be happy, when we can appreciate when something good is happening to others, we will also be happy. Otherwise, what happens? The other side of the thing will happen. That is, we feel more jealous or we feel more worried. Then we will ruin our own happiness. So that is why it is very important to feel pleasant, to feel good, to feel positive, to think positive about ourselves and appreciate our unique qualities, opportunities, our skills. Always motivate yourself, always have positive affirmations like, yeah, I am a happy man or a woman, I'm a happy child, or I am a happy doctor or lawyer or social worker. Always with such positive affirmations, we always reinforce, because negative thoughts always brings us down and the positive thoughts always brings us up and keeps up going. So always be positive, always have gratitude towards nature. Gratitude is very important. That will contribute to a lot of happiness within us and also others. When we are grateful, first let's be grateful to our own parents. Because of them only we are existing here. So let's be grateful to them. Let's be thankful to them. Let's be happy that because of them they are here. So when we think of that, they have given us wonderful opportunity. So that will help us to appreciate our parents and appreciate our family, appreciate our siblings, and appreciate ourselves to be part of this wonderful family. Then happiness is not only within us, then is extended to our parents, is extended to our family, is extended to our siblings. In the same way, have gratitude towards the Lord, or what if you are atheist, then fine. To the nature, to the environment, which has brought you here, or if you are a believer of some god or any similar thing, then appreciate the God for giving this opportunity, giving an opportunity to take birth, giving an opportunity to serve, See, what is the best thing that can happen to your parents is you yourself. They have given birth to you, and that is the most wonderful thing that can happen to any couple. So you are the most wonderful thing that is being that has happened in the family. So appreciate that. The challenges are there everywhere. Even gods who have taken birth as human beings, like maybe anyone, Lord Rama, Krishna, Jesus, Allah, or Prophet Muhammad, anyone you take up, they also have faced lot of hardships. So there is no one exempted from the, uh, uh, hardships, because it's the own nature of the human being that he has to go through everything so that he can experience the best. As long as we don't have the opposite side of anything, we don't appreciate, we cannot appreciate that we are able to appreciate as we have night, because we know the other side of it. So we are able to appreciate the daylight and the day weather, how day looks like. We are able to appreciate the light that gives us energy, that gives us heat, that gives us life. In a similar way, only we can appreciate when there is a contradictory element to the same aspect. When we are able to appreciate, when we observe that there are also bad things, what we feel, oh, thank God, that doesn't happen to me, or that didn't happen to me, that didn't happen even to them either. So in that way, both sides of the coin are necessary to appreciate the other side of the coin. So appreciate whatever we have in the very first place is very important for the happiness. Only when we appreciate what we have, then we will be happy. Okay, don't worry much about the things you don't have. Over the process, one may achieve those things also, but thinking too much about them do not ruin your own happiness. That is what we have to focus on. And apart from that, what else can be done to keep ourselves happy? Practice meditation or yoga or any exercise which helps you, or any relaxation technique which helps you to calm yourselves. The more calmer, the more peaceful, the more serene, the more inward you go, the more peaceful you are, and the more you will enjoy your life and yourselves. And more you will be able to appreciate yourself. Take time for yourself, at least in a day, at least take 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, as long as you can, not more than 1 hour. Take time to retrospect ourselves and see, note down things which made you happy, or note down the things to which you are grateful for. Maybe today someone has given you a good opportunity, or maybe you gave an opportunity to someone, or maybe you helped someone, or maybe you shared something to someone that has really helped him or her. So in a similar way, you make points so that whenever you go through them, whenever you happen to just feel about them, so you feel happy. So in similar ways, you can always practice these relaxation techniques or light exercises, which will not only boost your physical health, but also psychological health and emotional health. This will help you to relax your body, keep your body in fit condition, because Even if you sit and do nothing also, or even if you are working 24/7, it is the body that supports us, and we need to take care of our body, because through the body only we do various activities. It is very important that we keep our body healthy, fit, and flexible, so that we can take up our activities. And the next thing what we have to do when body is fit, engage in spiritual activities or religious activities. Religious activities, why religious and why not spiritual? Spiritual is a little bit more abstract, uh, because we often do not are not so used to understand the abstract things. Not everyone understands. It doesn't mean that not everyone understands abstract things to that extent. So being engaged in some religious activities, whatever might be the religion, no matter, all religions are same and all gods are more or less the same. Only the practices, rituals, or the type of food, and there is a little variations. But at the end of the day, it is to serve all beings, treat everyone equal, and to serve all with same dignity and with same respect. So try to engage in spiritual or religious activities that bring you immense satisfaction of contribution, and volunteer. Volunteer for various activities that will also give you immense satisfaction, because at times we wanted to do something, but we are not unable to do it due to various reasons. Maybe due to in course of education, in course of employment, we are in a different field, or we are unable to give time. So whenever you find time, pursue your passions. Whatever your passions are, pursue them, no matter how much time you are giving it. It may be 5 minutes or 5 hours, doesn't matter, as long as you are comfortable and you are able to manage the other things, work-life balance. You try to spend some time for the passions and interests you have in pursuing your hobbies. That will give you immense pleasure and happiness. What else you can do? Help others. Help others in whatever way you can. People always think in terms of monetary terms or materialistic terms. No, money is required. Money, help can be offered in monetary terms or in financial terms. But many times, a small gesture, a small word, a small sign, or a small smile can convey a lot to others, that can bring happiness to you as well as others. There are various ways one can practice, one can inculcate happiness. So let's try any one of these or any more of this. Try to keep ourselves happy and always keep smiling and always be happy. I'm not taking much time because we need to conclude it. And I know since morning you all have been waiting here. Thank you everyone for joining. I'll be sharing the feedback link in the chat box. So kindly fill it up before leaving the webinar. So if anyone would like to add, you can add it, and I will go for the vote of thanks, and then we can conclude. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Sir, you said now monetary benefits. I feel some things cannot be bought by money, sir. That one thing I experienced a lot in my life. Especially when you face serious illness, I have my own friend who's suffering heart transplant patient. So for her, that when heart problem went, is the good friends who helped her, and today she's the Limca Book of Records. She is achieved, sir. So it's that motivation and strength we gave her, and plus she's running a Lighter Life Reena Raju Foundation. So So I think you have good people at your side. That is the biggest gift you have. I believe, sir. For me, my good people only have helped me in my good times and bad times. The wonderful friends I have is like each one is very special. Not I don't. No one is special, but all are same in my eyes. But each one I see, especially in my difficult times, my friends have helped me a lot. So that's the good people you have and good family you have. You can achieve anything more than money. You can earn anytime, but the good people, the good family you have, that only takes you to a heights. That is the only point, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's what now. See, actually, we all know that money will not buy everything, but still, we always go back after money because we also require money for various things. But money shouldn't be the most important thing in the life. Everyone, kindly fill up the feedback form which has been shared in the chat box. And attendance has been automatically recorded by the Zoom session, I mean Zoom platform. So we will compare, we'll check the attendance in the Zoom platform, and whoever has attended all the sessions only will be getting the feedback form, I mean e-certificate. So don't just join now and fill up the feedback form and leave. You'll not be getting the certificate because we need to appreciate the people who were there since morning until evening. All the sessions, who are attending all the sessions, we need to really recognize them and appreciate them. You just join in and fill the feedback form and leave that. And this was happening since long. We are been observing and we have been pointing out also. We observe even Zoom gives us the total duration of each participant. Don't think that you just log in and fill up the feedback form and leave and go on asking feedback form, go on and asking certificate date. We know we have all the records of generated by the Zoom platform. So don't assume that you can get away. But we always give it, we always try to be, I mean, considerate. Okay, let them, they have joined, they have filled up the feedback form, so give. But don't make it a practice because it doesn't look good on our part. We talk about so many morals, ethics, values, then what we are doing. So it doesn't good look. We talk something and we do something is not always good. Do participate. Everyone is participating. Do participate and fill up the feedback form. Happily take your certificate. That will give you more happiness than rather than like this, earning money in different ways, unethical ways, immoral ways. that will not give you happiness. You have to keep worrying when police will get me, or when people will find me guilty. So you will lose your happiness, you will lose your wealth, all this. In similar way, because when we put your attendance online and we put the certificates are also online, then if people compare both, then it doesn't good look on your part. So don't keep, why I'm specifying this is, when you just join now and ask for a feedback form. We are observing, other participants are also observing, and you just join now and ask for a feedback link. That is not good, okay? And there are speakers who have spent their whole day sharing their experience. There are participants who are spending whole day with us to listen to us. So kindly join in time, kindly leave in time, and help us to coordinate. And thanks everyone. Feedback link has been already shared in the chat box.
Thank you, sir. I have been hearing you from 13th of March. Whole day 13th and continues to till today. Whole week. And YouTube and this and that, very nice. We arranged all sessions were very nice. And, it is giving us knowledge. It is helping us to live the life in a new normal way. New normal, new changes. Otherwise, how we will be updated? We have to listen, no? And we have to work on it. Otherwise, we are in the, we'll be treated as out of date. So all very good speakers, resource persons you have arranged. And thanks a lot. God bless. We'll meet again on next Sunday. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's all your participants' encouragement that keeps us.
Everybody was asking me what you are doing. Whole day you are sitting with mobile. I said, yes, it is important for me. I have to listen. I have to attend. Not for the sake of certificate, but taking knowledge from everybody. Now, MS was something new from me, from Arun sir. It is something new. I have never heard about it. But he has given such an excellent explanation about MS that I was wondering that how it is not there in India anywhere with anybody. But then he has explained it so well that now it has registered in my mind. Yes, this type of disease also is there. Because when we are speaking about NLP and conscious, unconscious mind and all that, and the neurons are there, and something which will get related with this MS, something like that. So it was very informative, excellent session. Highly appreciated and highly commendable, sir. All sessions, all from 13th of March till today. Everybody has put in lot of effort and highly appreciated with that speaker who has said about the children during the pandemic period. How difficult it is to manage. They want mobile, they want laptop, they want iPad, then they want to enjoy on their own. And then school also, exams, very difficult times.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We continue to provide. We have been providing platform to all the, potential speakers and all the potential participants, and many. Not in a other sense, but many speakers who used our platform or who have been part of our platform has able to create their own platforms also. So we are very happy at this. At least we can make them, give them an opportunity. So many times, many speakers for the first time they have come on the platform and they have just lost their stage fear and they started their career. So that is what we wanted to encourage. Even with this international conference, we have given opportunity to many newcomers, new students who just started their career. Otherwise, they do not get the opportunities elsewhere. and it is very difficult to get a platform to share with the senior most persons. So we are doing this job continuously, and we are also planning from maybe from now or maybe next week, we are planning daily sessions, not because we have been receiving suggestions also that continuously sitting for too long is also, I mean, though we are sitting, but it is a bit
No
straight.
doubt it is hectic, but then you are gaining, na? When you want something, then you have to sacrifice.
Yes, ma'am.
Then
We'll,
without sacrifice, how you are going to get something?
we'll continue to do so. So we are planning to have daily sessions also. So
I wanted to speak, but I had no time, sir, due to prior commitments. Now I didn't know that I have to get prepared for these sessions. I was presenting paper in 2 international conferences. I had to prepare for that. So I missed it this time. Next time I will speak, definitely, sir. Definitely.
sure, ma'am. Every year we are organizing. Next year also we will organize by God's grace. Kindly join us. And,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. God bless. See you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Before leaving, everyone kindly fill up the feedback form.
Yes, sir. I filled in.
So I would like to thank all the speakers, collaborators, especially Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing and Raj Bahadur Venkatram Reddy Women's College, Hyderabad, Pure Earth Foundation, Hyderabad, and all the eminent speakers of the day. Shri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS retired former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh State, and also President, Pure Earth Foundation. Dr. Jayachandra Garu, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation, Regional. He is also Regional Director for Center for Environment and Development, and also Advisor for Center for Innovation Public Systems. And Dr. M. Aparna Garu, Associate Professor of Mathematics, G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, and also Dr. D. Chandrasekhar, Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Palakkad, Kerala, Srimati Aparna Rajhans Garu, Head of the Department, Associate Professor of Sanskrit and NSS Program Officer, Department of Second Languages, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. Also, MD Habibur Rahman, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Sociology and Social Work, the People's University of Bangladesh, Dhaka, and he is also Founder President, Community Social Work, Practice and Development Foundation. Dr. Damon Quinn, Assistant Professor and Head, PG Department of Social Work, Madras School of Social Work, Chennai. Professor Dr. Parshuram, Professor, Tumkuru University, Karnataka, and Mrs. Vasanta Talia Ramarao, Probation Officer, Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka, and Dr. Deepthi, Associate Professor, Department of Community Medicine, ESIC-MC and PGI-MSR, Rajajinagar, Bangalore, and Mr. Nagaraj, past President of Rotary Club, Bangalore, Abilities, and member of various professional organizations, and also Deputy Manager of State Bank, Bangalore, and Mr. Arun Mohan, Yeah, sorry for the interruption. I got a call. And I would like to thank Mr. Nagaraj and also Mr. Arun Mohan, wellness coach, Rotary Club Bangalore Abilities, and also Mary Florence, Florida, FEDA, founder, Cancer Charitable Trust, and Dr. T. Sridhar, head of the department and associate professor, Department of Social Work, Usmania University, Hyderabad, Dr. Ravindra RM, consultant psychology, medical psychiatric social work, counseling, spiritual mentor and guide, member of various professional organizations, and all others for joining us for the wonderful sessions. Thank you and all the participants and especially Mary for her coordination and acting as co-coordinator. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Mary ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. Tell me.
Hello. When I is hearing you, ma'am, I'm also Rotarian and feeling very happy to listen from you, and you are also Rotarian. I am from Pune. You are from
Okay.
Bangalore. No?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have been doing a lot of work and nice session, ma'am. Nice presentation and nice interaction with you. Keep in touch. Please share your number. Please share your number.
Yeah. You tell me your number, ma'am. Now I'll note it down on my.
94.
Wait, ma'am.
Yeah, Ruby ma'am, this Shirdi Sansthan, some NGO is associated. They are making this flowers, with flowers.
Yes.
Discarded flowers, they are making incense sticks and all other products, eco-friendly natural products.
It is a 2 hours journey from my house. I have seen them, these girls, how they are making.
Oh,
that's nice.
Ruby, ma'am, you tell me your number. 94
92
22
52
52
65
65
08.
08.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will message you.
Yeah, 9422 526508.
You are from which place, ma'am?
Pune.
Okay. I visited Pune.
And then you come to me next time.
No. I had come for one paper presentation, Symbiosis University.
Which Symbiosis? There is a huge campus.
No, I've come near Mangalwar Street. Is there? No, there is one Symbiosis. Somwar Mangalwar Street there. I had come in 2000.
On offline because we are live streaming on YouTube and other things.
Okay.
So let's
Yes,
take
sir.
offline.
Sir, please guide me for how to get this certificate now.
Certificate, have you filled the feedback form?
No, form I have filled up.
Yeah, within 15 working days, you can visit the webinar website. There you can download, there will be a link to download your e-certificates.
Okay, sir.
So every Sunday, you have to wait for another Sunday, for 15 days. So you can download, you will find a download link there. You can download your certificates.
Okay, sir.
Check after 15 days. So wait for 2 Sundays. So this Sunday you are attending, you leave next Sunday. By next Sunday, after a program, you can check it.
Yes, sir. I have registered for 27th also.
Yeah. So all the certificates who are attending and who are filling up the feedback, they will be provided. But this week it will be delayed because we are also handling this conference work.
Yes, sir. Yes.
There might be a little bit delay, but definitely we will try to provide as early as possible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And also there is an opportunity which was already communicated because 2 Sundays you have attended. So those who are attending Sunday webinars, because these 2 Sundays also we have made part of international conference. So you can attend, you can also register for the international conference and you can attend the rest of the sessions which are there on the international conference website. And you can fill up the feedback form and you will get an additional international conference participation certificate because
No.
you have already attended 2 days.
So
And
where do I get that feedback form?
no, feedback form has not yet shared. It will be shared tomorrow. I mean,
Okay.
we have to conduct valedictory. Actually,
Okay.
we thought of doing today, but we have session till
You will
6:30.
be sharing it on this Telegram channel?
Yeah, Telegram channels, and everyone do join Telegram channel. That is where we share all the updates. So be part of that, and we will be sharing that also. We are regularly sharing all those details, and also ask your friends also who are interested
Yes.
to
Yes.
join our events, to join Telegram channel.
Yes,
There
sir,
we will
yes.
be sharing the information.
Ji.
Once the certificates are also updated, we will continue to share in the Telegram channel also.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'll give feedback.
So,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, so much. I never thought of all these things. I just attended all the sessions because they were all very interesting for me. No,
to continue and do continue to share any resource persons, you know.
yes, sir. I will share, and I also want to speak.
Yeah, you're also welcome, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kindly
Thank
join
you.
us. And
Yes.
we will also have wonderful speakers today. Vasanta ma'am also has joined us. And she
Yes.
has very wonderfully shared us various details. We will also try to, maybe next Sunday, if ma'am is free, we can ask ma'am also to join.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will ask her today only, sir. She is
ma'am.
there on the call also, sir, now.
Oh.
Yes, tell me, Mary.
Sir is asking you to, if you can come as a guest next Saturday, next Sunday.
Next Sunday. Okay, Mary, let us think it over. No problem. Let me see my appointment next Sunday. I'm happy to join you.
Okay.
And we'll be happy, and kindly let us know the topic, ma'am, so that we can schedule it and let all the participants know about it in advance.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful insights. And definitely, I mean, your services are required by all the social work schools, especially.
Okay. So nice of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We will share your certificate personally, ma'am, in WhatsApp, all the speakers.
Okay.
Parts website for e-certificate link after 15 working days. So I will be ending the session. Whoever has not yet filled, kindly fill up the feedback form. And for each speaker, there is a provision. You can select the speaker and you can give your feedback. And if you have any queries also, you can post there. We will try to contact speakers and we will try to get back to you. Let's discuss on that. Certificate will be provided within 15 working days on the website. Okay, thank you, Vandana, for joining us, and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, sir, very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mary, once again. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, very much.
Very successful. And you really proved that when women are supported and given independence, women can do wonderful job. Once again, you
Sir, actually, I'm doing this task for first time, but my good luck worked. Whoever I asked, they came and they said they will do it for, not for conference also, we'll do it for you, Mary, they said. And Parshuram sir told, I will do it for you, Mary, because I know you from Tumkur. I presented paper in Tumkur, sir. So I will do it for you, and he came all the way for me, sir.
And that's what, see, if every time you ask me to call and inform, I said, okay, anyway, they know when you are sharing information, they come to know about us. But if I am making you more dependent, then you will not be independent. So that's the reason I want you to take charge and you to take liberty.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. Today I'm very happy, sir, of all the